Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Good morning and welcome to you. It's a brand new day, a championship Monday, the fourth and final day of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Drew Cook right there, your leader trying to go wire to wire in this contest. This is featured, as you would expect, in this special place, a lot of giant bass. Rules the game right there. We started with 94, we cut down to 47, now we're down to 10. On this final day in Mark Zona, I can't say that anyone has a shutdown advantage here. Just about everyone in our top 10 is in it.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And the amazing thing about this is the scary proposition is you heard your leader, Drew Cook, yesterday afternoon, catches 24 pounds, sits down, and makes the comment, I know I lost ground today, catching a 24-pound stringer. And hey, listen, one of the things we talked about coming into this tournament, would weights go up as we went through the weekend? And that is exactly what happened on semifinal Sunday. Giant stringers. And really, here's the best way to put it, man. If you look at that leaderboard right there, man, I stared at it this morning. Whoever catches the biggest stringer really in the top 4 or 5, probably gonna win this event. And the other side of that, gang, we are gonna see something that we never experienced with this guy who is bed fishing with his front-facing sonar. Not kidding, gonna be a special thing to watch today with Luke Palmer. That is what can happen on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Biggest bag of the tournament, the monster bag. And let's take a look at our playing field. You know by now, if you've been following us, we're on one of the greatest places year in and year out on the face of the earth for bass fishing, the Santee Cooper Lakes, as we take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Our Humminbird Unlocked the Lake. We only have one angler running down to Lake Moultrie, and we could really kind of dissect what's going on in this tournament. Looking at Lake Marion, about 110,000 acres, it's been a lower lake beatdown, whether it's been Rocks Pond, Utah Springs, Potato Creek has been the major player throughout this tournament. A lot of your leaders in the top 10 here on Championship Monday are going to be living in Potato Creek. Can it sustain one more day of pressure?
Championship Monday is all about, to see if it can, who can prevail over 4 days of fishing here. A quick start yesterday and day number 1 for this man, Brandon Polinick, to pull within around 4 pounds of our leader to start the day.
It's a good start. Come here. Gonna have to get bigger than that, though.
Start for Brandon Polinick that looked very much like Monday, very much like day 3 yesterday, semifinal Sunday.
Like every day with Brandon Polinick has looked like that in the morning. Yesterday, he was actually able to catch 5 bass on his little semi-offshore area. Over to John Cox Live.
Yeah, I accidentally snagged him yesterday. Yeah, I had this sucker on yesterday. I had him snagged in the back. And luckily he came off. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? I snagged him again. That's twice. That's twice I've snagged him. Oh my gosh. I don't even know. I guess let me, I mean, because I was a full cast. Should we call him real quick? I mean, first cast to it. It's not like I tried to snag him. We'll call her real quick. Okay, well, we'll just call Lisa real quick.
We'll sorting out for John Cox right there. That little pocket he started in yesterday, a lot of males, 3 to 3.5 pounders. Said he saw some big females in there on Friday afternoon. Going to get back down around the Utah Springs area where Drew Benton, Caleb Kufall, Luke Palmer, just around the corner in Rocks Pond has been Brandon Cobb quietly doing damage, very, very shallow.
Yeah.
Blow real hard, then we get kind of calm, and then we'll blow real hard again.
And you'd like power pole down on a bedfish and be about to catch it, and then all of a sudden you couldn't see nothing. Like, God dang it.
We kill all your vision.
Yeah. Oh, got something. That's not her, that's him. Oh, that might be her. Not as big as I thought she was, but good start. Come here. Don't hurt yourself. Stop. In the mouth. It's not bad.
Yeah, it's a good start.
It's not as big as I thought she was, but
What, 3.5?
I think she might go 4. We'll see. I like to weigh them. I like knowing what I got. Thought she was a 5-pounder, but she ain't a 5-pounder. Yeah, 4'11".
Nice. That's a lot bigger than I thought.
Yeah. Number 1. Ooh, we need some water. Fish like water. Hadn't caught one that quick yet, so it's had time to gradually fill. I'll put her in the little bit bigger side. That's a slightly above average one for. Take on it. That's a good one. Jeez. Where are you at? I hope that's a bass. It is. It's a big one. Golly. Look at that one. Yeah, that's right. I drug it around here for you guys. Come here. Good order. Yeah. Yeah. There's another change up. X-Zone Blitzworm. That's one of them bites we needed. Come on! It could happen. It could happen. Whew. I hope someone got that Yamaha shot right there. That was way too pretty. Come wallering up on the side like that. Oh, man. Ooh, come on. Come on.
Brandon Polinick throughout this tournament, a suspending jerkbait on that exact spot. Yesterday, though, we did see some big catches on a Rapala OG Slim. Drew Cook hooked up.
Stay on, baby. Baby. Oh, yes. That's how you start the frickin' day. That's how you start the frickin' day. Oh. God, I can't get it out. She had it till she was hooked. Holy cow. Dude, we caught one before 10 o'clock. Oh, gosh. The old wacky snack. No, she's not that big. 5.5. But, I mean, dude, I feel like I was 5.5, it's 5.14. She's spawned out. 5.5. I don't know if that's the fish that was on the bed over there. Cause dude, I feel like I was like 10 or 15, feet away from the bed on both of the bites that I had. There was some other beds around up there, but it could be a different one. There could be another one up there. She could just be little. I don't care. She looks beautiful to me. This is a heck of a way to start the morning. Four more.
Drew Cook trying to go wire to wire here, and you just heard him say it. He's never been off to as fast a start as this through the 4 days, but his day one was fantastic. 31 pounds and 13 ounces to sort of set off a bomb there at the weigh-in stage.
Absolute eyes of a hawk, one of the best sight fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Really looking at that first day, he has been a mental calculator every day, Tommy Sanders, starting on a big one. Granted, days 2 and 3, it has taken a long time to get those ones he started on. Day number 2 on Friday, big shot at about 10 o'clock, catching one right around 7 pounds. And if you really look at this event, he made the comment after that huge day 1 stringer, if I can just catch 24 to 25 pounds, which seems like a hard task. Yeah. Drew Cook has done that every single day, basically with one bait, a big bite fighting frog, color tilapia magic. Today is the first day we have seen a spinning rod in his hand. Way ahead of his pace on Friday and yesterday, semifinal Sunday. And really, I was talking with a friend last night about Drew Cook and Drew Benton. Man, these guys, this is how they have grown up, whether it's Lake Talquin in northern Florida or Lake Seminole in southern Georgia, which fishes a lot like Santee Cooper Lakes. We had a feeling that this tournament was going to set up for sight fishing. The conditions today are going to be absolutely fantastic for that. The reason why yesterday we had a lot of wind, and you could tell that jacked with a lot of the sight fishermen. Today, as the day goes on, the winds will be decreasing. Take a look at Drew Cook's weights, 31.13 day 1, 24.12 on Friday, and yesterday, 24.3. Said he's going to have to do a lot of hunting today. Doesn't have as many left anymore, but conditions setting up perfect for Drew Cook's first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
The battle has been on this morning just around the corner. Brandon Polnick puts 10 pounds of bass in the boat right quick. Erases Drew Cook's lead. In fact, takes a 5-pound lead. And there's Drew Cook with the 5.11. Pretty much tie this thing up.
Dude, we caught one before 10 o'clock. Oh, crap out here today. Okay.
And really, lily pads have been the biggest factor for guys like Drew Cook, Clifford Perch, who did not make the cut today, Corey Johnston, who's been using this exact bay throughout the tournament, where across the lake on the southern end of Lake Marion, way more hardcover situation for the guys that are sight fishing down there. Brandon Cobb, Drew Benton, a lot of those guys focusing on very, very shallow cypress trees. So it's kind of been a soft cover on the north end of the lake as far as the spawning goes, and on the south end, a lot more cypress trees. And we'll kind of dissect exactly what kind of trees Brandon Cobb and Drew Benton have been looking for on that portion of the lake.
This place looks so placid and remote, but all through the week, anytime we turn the camera around, you see it's in a busy area. It has been. Today, we'll see how busy. You would think far less local traffic, but also a lot of places
No.
It's spring break.
No. There is not less local traffic on Santee Cooper Lakes in March and April.
And, I mean, with as many fish as we saw in these.
Talking about Drew Benton, his roommate on the road.
Drew Benton laying down just under 29 pounds yesterday.
All right, so that wasn't the fish that broke me off. No. There's a female in there. We just know that one's got to go. 2 pounder. I saw a pretty good one around this bed yesterday. I couldn't really tell how big it was, and I came in here and blind casted to it, and it's right by a stump, and it bit first thing, and I think it ran me down the side of that stump and cut me off. I don't know how big it is, but it felt big when I set the hook. Had a big bull. I'm hoping it didn't feel me enough to where it might bite again. I just caught the male. Again, I'm still blind fishing, so I can't really tell which one's biting. So that's what you got to do when before the sun gets up, and we're just trying to take advantage while we can. We come in here and threw top water around. There's a couple more spawners up here, and for whatever reason they wouldn't come up on a top water, so we're just gonna pitch around. Sometimes when they get on bed, they will not come up on a bait. A lot of times they will, but for whatever reason, these here, it's like they're on the bottom and they don't want to come up for anything.
Drew Benton starting his day in 6th place today.
Big fight fighting frog, just like Drew Cook. Pretty much been a one-bullet show with Drew Benton. Going to shoot right across near our takeoff. John Sealand with John Cox. Still in that little shallow water. Backwater. Just got to see him yesterday.
Got one in the live well.
Oh no. Come back here. Come back here. Come on, get out of them weeds. Come here. Oh, little male there. Man, I was hoping it was gonna be a big one. I saw a huge bed there when we went by earlier. It's number 2 though. Let's do a big loop and look. That's a ginormous bed. Yeah, about 2-pounder. Yeah, just put them in. We're gonna get rid of them.
John Cox, a 4th and a 7th already this year in 2 tournaments on the Bassmaster Elite Series on a definite roll as he finished where he is right now. He's moved up to 5th place. So that's a pretty good start in progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
Yeah, fair to say, and a pretty good shot that John Cox will hold that lead, obviously, through today, going to a body of water next, Lake Chickamauga, where he has pretty much dominated the last 5 years in professional tournament fishing.
A little daunting for all these hopefuls. Everyone wants to do well. Everyone wants to top that list right there, no matter what time of the year it is. Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year. Leader right now is John Cox. We are early on, but plenty of fish catching going on at the Santee Cooper Lakes.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Five fish looking for 19-14 to take the lead. 24-3, and with 80 pounds, 12 ounces, Drew Cook is in the lead.
That's why we do this, and it's a dream that I've had for, years, since I was a little boy, and to be able to do it how I love doing it is even better. All my buddies at home always joked, said, oh, the first tournament you're gonna win is gonna be a smallmouth tournament, a spinning rod. No, if we win this one, it's gonna be with a meat stick and some big string. So, I don't care how they come, it doesn't matter, but, and I really just want to get that win. I want it so bad, it's not even funny. To be so close so many times and it not happen, and to have an opportunity like this. And it's, everybody in this top 10 wants to win, but dude, I want it so bad. Dude, give me some freaking love.
Well, that's the story on Drew Cook. He's come so close so many times, but he's always sacrificed on day one. Never gotten off to a great start. This time he has, trying to go wire to wire.
Exactly right, and you had that feeling about 3 years ago, Tommy, when we met Drew Cook, and I got to spend a little time in the boat with him. This what you did not take long to realize. He was a powerhouse in shallow water, and this one setting up perfectly, but still definitely has his work cut out for him. We saw giant bags here yesterday. The potential definitely there for a 35-pound stringer.
Here's your unofficial leaderboard. Brandon Palnick with 10 pounds plus in the boat very quickly this morning. Drew Cook was suddenly 5 pounds back. Drew put a 5.11 in the boat. Now they're pretty much a virtual tie, these unofficial scores, as we look at them right now. Notable, the next two guys on the list, Palmer, Kufal, both guys with 30 pounds plus yesterday, have not been able to hook up yet, but it's early. There's plenty of time.
Exactly, and really that's the dynamic in this. Polinick and Cook have really been within a half mile of each other all tournament. Luke Palmer and Caleb Kufal, the exact same thing. In fact, Caleb Kufal made the comment, oh, I saw Luke Palmer all day long on semifinal Sunday. So they are in a highway of big females moving in. Going to get out right now to Luke Palmer, catching the biggest stringer of the tournament. Actually, taking a look at our Humminbird bird's eye view, that is the area. So much damage was done yesterday with Luke Palmer and Caleb Kufal. Kufal making the comment, that wind yesterday, huge, huge key to those bigger bites.
That's how close they are. Kufal in the foreground.
And really, one of the things that Luke Palmer said, I said, man, is it a big area where you were catching a lot of those fish on semifinal Sunday? And he said, no, it was a 1 acre stretch.
Think of that, Z. 64 pounds of fish on our scales came from that zone yesterday.
Yes. And really, Luke Palmer should be in the driver's seat of this tournament. He decided to go up to the stump hole on day one, and he said, man, it was blown out and absolutely punished him. Big comeback since then.
Oh, not good so far. I don't have a bite yet. I don't know, conditions look good. I mean, water clarity hasn't changed all that much, and we still got some wind, you know, that we had yesterday, quite a bit, but got quite a bit of, quite a bit of color in the water, where the wind's blowing in really hard this morning, so I don't know if it's almost too muddy. There's a lot of stuff, junk in the water, and we got a different wind direction today, so that's going to change some things up. But I don't know. I'm going to continue doing this for a little while longer and just see what happens. You know, if I don't get a bite for the next hour or so, we might go down the lake and hit some of the stuff that I didn't hit yesterday that hasn't been hit for a couple days, so give that a try.
3/8 ounce War Eagle spinnerbait and a homemade half-ounce jig that we've seen Caleb Kufal use in tournaments past. One of the things that was very key after his struggle on Friday, only catching 4 bass, was a lot of those deeper trees is where Kufal caught him on Thursday. And yesterday, he said they went very shallow. A lot of his big bites were, you know, basically a foot to 2 feet of water on these cypress trees.
Kufal, a winner last year in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Lake Guntersville. In his second year.
One thing to really watch with Luke Palmer, who's right around the corner, Tommy, is where he caught him yesterday. He said it's about a half-acre stretch of key 3 to 4 foot cypress trees. And listen, 4 out of the 5 that he weighed in out of that giant stringer, he got to see them on his front-facing sonar, his live technology, and said, I left a bunch of them that I know are spawning on these trees. And he said, I'm guesstimating them at 4 to 5.5 pounds from the return that he would see on that live technology. And he said there was a few beds on these exact cypress trees that would have 4, 5, 6 bass on one bed. Would you consider that double sight fishing?
Yeah, enhanced sight fishing. Boy, that means also these guys will take all the wind they can get today, I believe. Although it's not supposed to be quite as windy as it was yesterday. We'll get into the TH Marine weather.
So I'm thinking that. I don't know.
That 9-pounder that Luke Palmer caught yesterday was, if you look at that bass, it was like 20 inches long and about 37 inches around. It was old Big Head Todd.
A little bale of cotton.
Watch it. Look at that one.
This is a giant. Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
Now just look how this thing is built.
This is her.
If you did not join us yesterday on semifinal Sunday.
This is her. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yes! Woo! When I picked up on it, I was like, I think she blew it. She didn't blow it. She got it. Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh! Son!
That is a 9-pound, 19-inch bass.
Total fire plug.
Hey, well, you want to go home now? Can we go home?
You want some snacks now?
Dude! Dude, I pitched in there and she hit it, and I thought I was on it like it come over a nut or one of those stumps, and I was like, huh, when the line's out here by the boat, I might want to stick her. Look at this freaking coal, son. I don't even know what I've got.
Yum bad mama and a yum woolly bug all tournament so far for Luke Palmer. Gonna get back down to Lake Moultrie. Actually, our first time down to Lake Moultrie today. Pat Schlopper, the big Friday stringer out of this region. Only one other competitor was in this bay earlier in the tournament. He is not in our championship Monday. And like Luke Palmer, all of his damage in about a 30 to 50 yard stretch.
Gonna be that big one. Good one, man. Not the kind we need, but what in the heck? Got me all wrapped up. Decent one. Gotta start.
Pat Schlopper went a long time yesterday before he got any size in the boat, but caught a 6+, and man, that saved his day, put him in the top 10.
He still holds our Phoenix Boats big bass of the event, a 9-10.
This is a giant. This is like a 10. Oh, hell. Oh, my bad. I got a little excited. Seen her go sideways. Woo! Yes! she was still there. That's the same two from yesterday. There's another one sitting on. Yes! When I pitched her up there, she instantly straight to it. We didn't blank today. I was kind of beginning to wonder for a second.
Well, we've covered lots of tournaments with front-facing sonar the last 2 years, but we're yet to cover a bed fishing tournament with it.
Quit shaking. I just knew when I seen her, it was real dark when she come up, and I just like, uh-oh. Start the morning off with a 10 would have been fantastic. I'll take her, though. Woolly bug. I'm going. This is a giant. This is like a 10. Oh, hell. Oh. My bad. I got a little excited. Seen her go sideways.
Luke Palmer lives in Oklahoma between Eufaula and Texoma. He says, I don't get to catch fish like this at home. He is having the time of his life.
Spun out of his gourd this morning.
Yeah. Especially when I'm wanting to fish that grass a little bit out there. That was one of the two that I couldn't get to bite yesterday. First pitch. Yeah. First pitch in there, instantly straight to it. I think.
Again, that giant stringer with Palmer yesterday, a yum woolly bug.
I
and
said
a
she was a
yum
10
bad
when I hit her
mama.
because she come up and I seen the side of her. I thought she was huge.
3 16-ounce weight. We've seen that a lot this tournament. One of the anglers preaching the lighter weight was Greg Hackney.
They entered that fish as a 4.7. Would not have made his team yesterday.
I would say it was a 4.7.
Not a 10. Not a 10. How about his weight yesterday? The VMC Monster Bag, 33 pounds, 5 ounces. None of the guys after 2 days who missed the first cut reached that weight, his one-day weight.
Luke Palmer now getting things started. What a day he had yesterday. It was a thing to watch. It was something that, as you say, Mark Zona, we have never seen before. But when he got to the weigh-in, that big 9-pounder came out. Man, oh man, everybody going nuts there. The John C. Land facility. What a day for Luke Palmer on the Santee Cooper Lakes.
My first memory of Bassmasters is I watched a lot of it growing up on Saturday mornings. I'd get up where most kids were watching, cartoons. I was sitting there waiting for Bassmaster to come on. But I was actually fishing a little community lake there at Colgate where I'm from. And I had a guy, I watched him, he was going down the bank and he was just jacking his fish, just wham, wham, wham. I was thinking, man, what is he doing? He come up and he gave me he was catching on a smoking purple tube. And he fished for Man's Bait Company, and that's all he said. And I remember looking across the lake and seeing his boat and truck, and then that was the last I seen of him. But it kind of lit a fire in me then that, hey, these guys are on a different level. I want to get to that. Yes! Son!
Whoa!
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
We love Mondays, especially when they're championship Mondays on the Santee Cooper Lakes. But hey, One thing you want to keep in the back of your mind, you might want to act on it today. Get prepared for the next event. Become a part of the Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing family. It is highly addictive. It is fun. Pick your team and see what you can do. As you would say, Mark Zona, see what you can do.
Yeah, exactly, Tommy. You have been the Keith Hernandez, the Steve Balboni of Rapala fantasy fishing the last few weeks.
Let me get Such to explain to you what position I was in when we started today. What position was I in fantasy?
Number 1 overall, Z.
What? That's what I started at. I was number 1 in the world. How about that?
You're kidding me.
No.
You're the Coach K of Rapala.
Yeah, that's right.
Are you serious? You're number
serious.
1?
Drew Cook, Brian New, KJ Queen, Luke Palmer, and Steve Kennedy.
All in the top 15.
How about that? Probably not going to
Really
last.
impressive.
Yeah. So even a duffer like me, that should be plenty enough incentive to join Rapala Fantasy Fishing.
I'm surprised you didn't come to work in a fur coat and a diaper with a cigar this morning.
He did. They made him change.
Yeah. Goof all hooked up.
Well, I'll get the way one in today at least. Shallow fish.
So, Tommy, I have to ask this now that I know that you were number 1. And I've asked Ronnie this on several occasions.
Yesterday, so.
I know Ronnie goes home and brags to his wife, Sarah, when he's doing well in fantasy. Do you go home and brag to Casey about your position in fantasy?
Yeah. She is just enchanted by it all, I can tell you.
I'm sure of that. Right.
Hard to be much of a celebrity in your own home, as you probably know.
From day to day.
Yeah, you say things like, yeah, I'm leading the whole country in fantasy, but did you take out the trash?
That's right, yeah. You were supposed to unload the dishwasher.
Hey, that is, seriously, though, that is really impressive, man. That is.
Yeah, I'm going to hang on to that. I'll be another bum next week.
They just flat out bit yesterday. I mean, it was, you know how some days you're just, it's like you're just catching everything. You know, you're catching all sizes, you know, small to big. It seems like, you know, when you have those days, I mean, I caught quite a few small fish yesterday too. Just when you're catching a big spectrum of fish like that, it's like, you know, that's how you know it's really on. And they were, you know, the majority of them were pretty aggressive. You know, I had some bites close to the boat, and you know, might be a timing thing too. You know, might just be too early in the day for them. I mean, it was 42 degrees this morning, so
yeah,
you might not like that as much.
Such, I haven't played fantasy fishing since I got caught insider trading back in the day by Tommy and Jerry McInnes.
Yeah.
You didn't have to have your picks in till 11 o'clock on day one, and James Overstreet used to feed me info like Darren Schwenkbeck was already sitting on 22 pounds, so I had a real obscure.
We called him Shoeless Joe Zona.
Oh, no.
Right. Yeah. I would have a team comprised of Darren Schwenkbeck and Jamie Freilich on day one.
That's right. Number one in the
top
world.
10. Oh, I remember you guys in the studio here going to make your picks for the Classic with the hammer coming down in his hat and coat.
Yeah, it was the steroid era of fantasy fishing.
Right. You were the Bob Bonds of the whole league for sure.
Oh.
We're going to go back in that pocket where we got bit early yesterday where I missed that good one.
Caleb Kufall looking for things to light up for him. Hey, happy Monday to you. We fully believe in your ability to multitask at work, so keep it on. Keep it with us all day long. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with Mike Such-Sukon. I admire your restraint, Such. You haven't mentioned the Century Belt yet today, and I know you're obsessed with it.
I've been itching. I've figured out what everybody needs. Cook only needs 19.4 today. Polnick 23.10. Palmer 23.13. Down the list, even Cobb needs just 35.3.
Wow.
He could get the century mark. Make it a win if you catch 35 pounds today, too.
That's right. That's right. That'll be a winner. Z, how many Century Belts are they going to give out today?
One Century Belt today. That's all. Maybe no. I'm gonna go two. I'm gonna go two, Tommy. And really, the thing to watch right now is obviously one of the biggest threats to Drew Cook's victory was going to be Brandon Polnick, and Brandon Polnick really 3 days of this tournament so far has done damage early, and we've only seen 2 catches with Polnick. Somewhere in this day, Polnick is going to have to catch 5 of those semi-offshore fish to hang in the mix. It's going to be interesting to watch. We're seeing Drew Cook with 1 fish in his live well so far, just keeping the wheels tight today. It's going to be interesting to watch his mannerisms on the water.
All right, it's going to be interesting to talk to our colleague Davey Hyde as well. Each day is different. Hey, Davey, how many Century Belts are they going to give out at the end of the day today?
I'm saying 2. I definitely think Drew Cook is on track, and then Brandon Polnick or Luke Palmer, certainly one of those will be on track. But I heard you mention it, Z. I've been here with Brandon Polnick because he's been able to get off to that good start early in the morning, where those other fishermen, most of them that are sight fishing, it's been very slow in the morning, so to speak, getting better and better in the afternoon as the sun gets up. Not a cloud in the sky today. It is a little cool here, but it's going to set up to be a great sight fishing day. Brandon Polnick, he has a way. He did it when we were here in 2020 of catching bigger fish late in the day, and when he's got a chance to win, he's a great closer. He's won, I think, 6 Bassmaster events in his young career, but he's a little behind track where the other guys, although it seems slow if you're watching Bass Track right now, they will definitely pick up as the day progresses.
Davey, if you can, one of the things we talked about early here today on Bassmaster Live is Drew Cook, Drew Benton. They come from a region of the country, Lake Seminole, Lake Talquin. This lake is very, very, especially when the fish are up, very similar to exactly how those 2 boys grew up fishing.
Yeah, it's probably closer than any other lake that I know of that's away from that region right there where they're from. The Santee Cooper Lakes, especially Lake Marion, the upper lake, it has all the ingredients. It looks so much like Lake Seminole, where Drew Cook and Drew Benton have spent so much time. And Z, you fish with Drew, and I have also, and they're just really, really good at doing what they do, and this is what they do. Now, the very diverse angler, Drew Cook has not finished outside of the top 20 in angle of the year since he's been fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series, and 3 of those inside the top 10. So it's not just that they're good here. They're good throughout the country, but this is really their deal, and it's interesting. I think anybody you talk to would love to hold a blue trophy up, whether it's with a spinning rod or with a flipping stick. But talking to Drew Cook, it really means a lot to him to be able to do what he loves to do and have a great chance to win this tournament this week.
Davey, one of the things that transpired yesterday, Luke Palmer obviously catching the biggest bag of the tournament so far. And he did most of that damage with front-facing sonar on those cypress trees across the lake from where you're at. Is that something you have heard done on this lake before?
I have not with the forward-facing, but the 360 imaging, the Mega 360, I know some anglers, and maybe I've seen a few with my Mega 360, but the forward-facing sight fishing around those trees or around vegetation, I think I mentioned this to you at the Classic, Z. I think there'll come a time as that technology is just going to get better and better. I think there'll come a time when we'll have to look at all of the fish being caught, and to be able to weigh them in have to be hooked inside the mouth, like when you're visually fishing with your eyes for those bedding bass. Well, now they're not seeing them with their eyes, but they're seeing them with that forward-facing sonar. So at some point that might be something that we have to consider.
It's like Tommy Sanders has been using forward-facing sonar in Rapala Fantasy Fishing this week. He's the Val Kilmer. He's #1 in the world, Davey Height. Where are you at?
So I'm certainly not #1, but guys, and congratulations to Ronnie and Sarah Moore for their birth of their first child. But can you imagine being in that studio if Ronnie Moore was #1 in Rapala Fantasy Fishing? Oh my gosh, would it be incredible?
He would punch Anthony Clayton right in the face for no reason.
Davey, Mark Zona mentioned this. We've talked about it before. You know the standard progression through the days at an Elite Series event. It starts big, and inevitably things sort of get slower, a little bit slower as it goes on, but Santee Cooper has been the opposite of that. Why does that happen here?
It's just a great fishery, Tommy, and I don't. You guys remember on day one I said this could be the slowest day of the week, which goes against all. If you look at the averages and if you look at the stats, you're being #1 in fantasy fishing. I know you do all that when you're at home at night, Tommy.
Oh yeah.
But when you look at that, the weights typically, especially with a sight fishing event, they start out high and then they go down. It's just like 9 times out of 10 that's what happens. But this is a different animal. Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie, and this time of the year, the full moon, the week of the full moon in March, those fish are just going to keep coming and keep coming. And because of that cold front, and it seems like 3 weeks ago, but just this past Sunday, not yesterday, but 1 week ago, we had that cold front. It was 24 degrees, and I knew it would really back these fish up. And Brandon Polnick and a few of those guys that started out on day one here fishing a little deeper, it was a great plan. But I knew by the end of the week it was going to be a sight fishing event, and it certainly has been.
Davey, real quick, one other thing that we definitely have heard throughout this tournament, it just happens on this lake and several lakes in the southeast, was there was a lot of local pressure, and it's something we talked about the first morning of competition. What are you seeing out here today, being a Monday?
Yeah, one of the great things about it being Championship Monday is there's very few people out here. Middle of March, in the southeast, you're going to have a lot of pressure on any lake around, any lake at all, but very few people out here on Championship Monday. Speaking of Championship Monday, I've got to get a shout out. Today is my wife Natalie's birthday.
Oh.
Give Natalie a shout out for her happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Natalie. Thank you, Davey. Hi,
well
Davey
played.
And Natalie.
Well played.
Two of the greatest folks on earth. Love to be associated with all these people who make an Elite Series event exactly what it is. Look at that crowd that's coming up again today, Mark Zona, on Championship Monday.
Huge crowd, and it's not Karen's birthday, but I'll say happy birthday anyway, just to get the good graces.
Okay. Duly noted right there. Weigh-in starts at 3:30 right 3:30 Eastern time right here on Bassmaster.com. The Yeti hot seat, well, it can be a lot of different places. Right now, the guy on the hot seat is the guy who's gone from the hunter to the hunted. Right now, we have Brandon Polinick on top of our leaderboard. Everyone looking to take him down with plenty of time left to go today.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Championship Monday on the Santee Cooper Lakes here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. We have a former Bassmaster angler, Rookie of the Year trying to go wire to wire in this one. That would be Drew Cook. He's currently in second place right now, but just by ounces. So let's take a look at the Falcon Bassmaster Rookie of the Year watch. In the point situation right now, Jay Shakura of Wisconsin had fallen out during the course of this tournament, fallen out and risen up again, Mark Zona, to the top spot.
Big day 2 stringer for Jay Shakur, and I call him Jay Shakarat. And one thing I can tell you for sure, if he gets out of this southern swing when we get up north, my boys have fished against Jay up here. He is very, very powerful on smallmouth waters, no doubt in the driver's seat right now back down to Lake Moultrie. Another Wisconsin angler, Pat Schlopper.
That ain't the kind. That ain't the kind. I'll throw him in there.
14 inches is the limit for largemouth. Got to be 14 to go in the live well.
You live now still?
Man, no good. I took a chance, just came down here in the back of this creek, gonna fish a little bit this morning and just kind of wait till the sun got up where I could see. And it's kind of, to me, it's just like yesterday morning. I couldn't catch them fishing yesterday morning. I've not been able to catch them this morning so far. I don't know why. The first 2 mornings I lit them up. Of course, it was a totally different area, but I'm still not thinking that's what it is. Something about my bait choices, I don't know. This end of the lake is different, no doubt, but I just felt like this would, there's a bunch of big ones down here. And I never had that feeling up the lake where I'd been that I was around big ones. I was around good ones, no doubt, but I just thought if I was going to catch me an 8 to 10 pounder today, the deal was going to be down here. So, but we just biding our time. Still such a good area for spawning fish, and the deal is, there are new fish coming every day. So even an area that wasn't good yesterday or the day before can be good today. You saw those carp spawning this morning. I mean, that's a sign that we had a 40-degree night last night. It had no effect on the spawn because those carp were spawning. So I was kind of surprised with it that cool this morning that they would be spawning. But
And to dial in what Greg Hackney's been doing this tournament, basically he was blind sight fishing, actually just fishing for bedding bass up in Jacks Creek days 1 and 2. Yesterday, fishing around the Potato Creek area where a lot of the leaders were at. Did a lot of sight fishing yesterday with Greg Hackney, but just never bumped into one of those giants that we were seeing. And we got to see a lot of big ones late in the day in the Potato Creek area. Today, fishing up in Waibu, very, very, very close, Tommy Sanders, to where Hank Cherry was on days 1 and 2.
started the day with that top 4 you're looking at right now, within 7 pounds of each other. For the rest of the top 10, you have to drop down to, well, the best of them, only about 12 pounds separating. So, but still, I mean, 40-pound stringers are out here somewhere, Z.
Yes.
I think we know that.
You know, one thing we talked about on day one of this tournament, looking at guys like Luke Palmer and Caleb Kufal, and it's something that, you know, I want to talk to Davey about this, looking at those cypress trees. And I've experienced this on this lake taping as many times as we've been there with Davey, and a lot of the locals that I've learned from here is you can go through an area and jam them on these cypress trees, but it's not consistent that they're just gonna reload with 30 to 35 pounds every day. I guess what I'm saying is they have more of a chance to do it this time of year because of what time of year it is, looking at your Humminbird bird's eye view. But it's just not like, hey, I'm going to catch them off these cypress trees, come back tomorrow and do the exact same thing. That doesn't, you know, it's not easy to do. Humminbird bird's eye view with, you know, really good look. Caleb Kufal said he caught them on the really shallow trees compared to day one of this tournament, to where Luke Palmer was more on the outer stretch, a little half-acre stretch of 3 to 4 foot trees. Bass Pro Shop's top lures, what caught that big stringer yesterday, a Yum Woolly Bug with Luke Palmer, 3/16-ounce weight. There's a good look at it. Got that pick from Luke Palmer last night. Has done a little bit of damage with a Yum Bad Mama, but that bait right there has accounted for a lot of Luke Palmer's fish. And again, he said if he wouldn't have slipped up and went up into the stump hole on day number 1, he would really be in the driver's seat. But that little creature bait right there did a lot of damage on semifinal Sunday.
Yum's Bad Mama. I think main thing is a red flake. This is actually Cal 420. I have black and red, and also the woolly bug. You can tell you I got the red, and it's got a little bit of blue flake in it. Can't remember the color of it, but those were my 2 primary baits that caught. Well, they caught all my big fish today. Hell, they caught everything today. Put this rod in my hand and a woolly bug and a Bad Mama, and that's probably going to be it. I mean, if it does calm down, obviously I'll probably throw a Yum Dinger around, wacky worm around some of the trees. I do have some eelgrass out that I think that's why these fish keep replenishing in this area. I might hit it. I'll hit it a little bit in the morning just for the heck of it as I'm going through it pretty much, but I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna go flip them trees again, and I'm not gonna quit. I kind of backed off today, and I probably shouldn't have, but I didn't want to catch another 5-pounder and it not help me.
Well, you see him staring at that front-facing sonar. What was interesting, Tommy said when he would get his bait in one of those beds yesterday, he would watch the fish on his front-facing sonar. When he would get his bait in the sweet spot in the right part of that bed, he said that fish would go ballistic. Said you could just watch the mannerism of the fish on his live technology. And another thing that he said right there was that he left that area very, very early yesterday, not wanting to, sting a bunch of 5-pounders that he did not need. And he said, when I left this area, there was a bunch of them that I looked at on my sonar. Obviously a little slower in there today for Luke Palmer and Caleb Kufal, and it is the same wind direction for the most part. Only difference is just it was a cooler night.
As you mentioned, except for the start of the tournament, those two have been making that work, finding them in that Cypress Tree situation all day long. You can't fault them for not trying to make it work one more day. Back to Pauline.
Well, we were able to get 2 bites off of our starting spot. I was really hoping we were just going to roll up there at that cold night and we were going to catch 30, but we were only able to get 2 bites off of it. Had a couple missed opportunities, unfortunately, but we did get one of the right bites. You know, I'm 4 bites away from having a legitimate shot at winning this thing. It's just whether or not I can get those 4 bites. You know, I'm gonna need to cull out that first one we caught, and it's a good fish. He's probably pushing 4 pounds. But I just don't think 4-pounders are gonna do it unless I can offset it with a 9 or something. But it's a start. Ran around, fished a couple more places quick. Haven't got anything going. We caught 2 of our 5-pounders right outside of this pocket yesterday. And then that giant one was in here. We're gonna creep over there and make a few blind pitches. I don't think I'll be able to see her yet, but maybe we'll get a little lucky and catch her on the first flip or something. But I saw a little activity over here. Thought maybe I'd get one on a frog, but not today. He does now. Huh. Poor fella. It's pretty bad.
And as crazy as it sounds right now, Drew Cook is ahead of schedule.
Yeah, with the 1 fish.
With the 1 fish. Area of the lake that they're in, Polinick and Drew Cook, Potato Creek area of Lake Marion. It was really cool to see that whole zone. Obviously it's been playing the whole tournament, but man, after about 12 o'clock yesterday, when those fish really got to set up, water temps warmed a little bit and fish got a lot tighter of the beds. It was fun to watch with guys like Corey Johnston, who's been a little quiet this morning, like Drew Cook. Clifford Pertz.
Cook and Polinick. Polinick on top by an estimated 4 ounces. Unofficial weights right there. And we remind you that it won't be all settled till this afternoon, starting 3:30 right here on Bassmaster.com. The weigh-in will come your way. And decide the 3rd champion of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. It's a big event. Almost halfway through our season, but we got plenty more fishing in the Santee Cooper Lakes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Championship Monday. Of course, we're on Monday because we had one day postponed because of concerns about weather, wind, especially on these massive lakes here. As we look at our TH Marine Weather Watch, high of 71 today, low of 45 tonight. It was even cooler than that last night, Mark Zona. Might be part of why most of our fields, well, all 8 of the 10 have fish, but only 2 have more than one.
Yeah, exactly, Tommy. And really looking at the one word in there in that TH Marine Weather Watch is calm winds are coming. After about noon today, this lake is going to really slick off. And the one thing that we've seen in this tournament, and you feel like it's going to happen again, is one of those pushes, one of those waves comes in. Obviously, damage can be done in a hurry. We've seen that all week long. Going to get back down on the south end of Lake Marion, just west of Caleb Kufall. Luke Palmer with Drew Benton.
And with one small fish so far today.
It's so deep. It wasn't that big. Thought it might have been a good one. It was so deep. Of course, that could have been a female I saw in there too. He wasn't coming off, I know that. Yeah. We're just kind of pecking around, still waiting for the sun to get up a little bit higher, and I went into an area that I've done a lot of my damage on, and I know that it's probably going away, but I made another lap in there, and there was one female in there yesterday, not a big female, but like a 5-pounder, and I saw the pads move where she swam off from, but she wasn't ready this morning. So, and I didn't see any more new ones. Every day I found 1 or 2 new ones in there. And today, I'm kind of thinking that place has been, some of our competitors have been in there, a bunch of locals have been in there catching them, so I think they're pretty well done. So I'm really thinking about, I'm gonna fish this one canal here. I caught a couple of my good ones yesterday in here too, and I saw a female in here that might be ready today. We're gonna check it, and then I think I'm gonna strike out and go down to the lower lake and gamble till about noon. And if by noon I don't have them, I'll come back up here and finish my limit. If I like what I see, we'll stay down there. I just feel like my best shot is to run new water. And when we got here, they started dropping that lower lake. So I feel like as far as shallow and sight fishing, it's not been a factor, it's not been a player. And the last few days, it's been on the rise. And anytime you've got warm conditions, you got the full moon and the rising water, I feel like you could go down there and run into a bunch of big ones. And that's what we're gonna do here in just a little bit. I mean, it's Championship Monday, which is kind of weird, but you don't leave nothing out here. If you got a gut feeling or you think you can make a move some way, you gotta try it. And that's our only shot, I think, because everything that I've got is pretty much burned up. I'm just gonna make a couple more pitches in there just to make sure there wasn't another fish in there. And then we'll just move on.
Well, you can hear his game plan. Yesterday it was to not stop on anything under 5 pounds. Today you hear Drew Benton contemplating going down to Moultrie. He said if there's a 35 to 40 pound stringer, that's where he felt it could come.
Could be a little bit of a gamble to leave something you know and go down to Moultrie on this final day. But if you weren't in the top 4 to start today, you're going to have a gamble that pays off, right? To win, if you want to win.
Absolutely. You know, it's just, you just feel like what, and we, like I said, I'm being redundant, but every one of these guys in the top 5 has collided with one of those waves in some way, shape, or form this event. And you feel like that's what is going to happen again today.
Which it was probably a bass.
You know he needs a mega bag. He started 12-11 back of the lead. So he's
sure,
just
and I mean, he has nothing to lose.
Yeah,
right.
Well, I'm working this one. It looked easier to catch there when I first went by, but I think it's just a fry garter. The more I throw at it, you know, there was a huge bed there. It looked like it was a good 4-pounder, but I don't know, it's just not working out. I'm just throwing a jerk shad. That's kind of what I've been throwing most of the week. It's you know, just keeping it natural colors, you know, using watermelon seed and watermelon red a lot. Boy, look at them beds in here.
Oh, you look at those beds.
Just got to keep moving. Find some easy ones.
You see Hackney going along, frogging this morning, but keeping everything honest. His head's been on a swivel like most of our leaders up shallow.
That was a big one there.
Something that we kept our eye on in this tournament is the areas that have been the most consistent, different from the Classic on Hartwell, where it seemed like the entire, we'll get into that.
We're still ahead of schedule from the past 2 days, but you know, I really can't do anything till the sun gets up. I just found this pair right here. I've only seen the female like twice, and I can't really tell how big the male is or really the female. So we're gonna sit here for a few more minutes. I got the male to bite just a minute ago. See if that female will come out. If not, we'll probably start looking some more. Now that the sun's finally getting up, we'll be able to see a little bit better. And we're gonna have to probably change it up. Probably gonna have to leave the cove finally. But I knew it was coming. And the way the wind's blowing today is like the worst it could blow for this cove. It's blowing like right in on everything, so. Oh well, it got me this far. I appreciate it. Now we gotta go find somewhere new. Yeah, we're gonna leave them alone.
Really interesting to listen to Drew Cook and
There's
that he might
supposed to be
punt.
Yeah.
4-something male. Right up here.
What I was going to say about that is the classic that we covered at Hartwell a couple weeks ago was like the whole entire lake played. You know, the river system, 6 and 20, the main lake, the whole lake played. That was not the case here on Santee this week. It was basically on the north side, Potato Creek and Waibu, little bit in Takaw, and then Rocks Pond and Utah Springs, a little bit in Lake Moultrie, but areas like Jack's Creek, obviously up the lake in a stump hole. This tournament was dominated basically on the lower end of Lake Marion, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I'm taking this live scope and actually scoping around these trees, and I'm really just looking for just a little bit of a blob of, you know, what looks like a fish. And most of these fish that I've been catching have actually, I think, are actually probably spawning because there's normally multiple fish on each one of these beds or each one of these trees when I do find one. Just like the better fish I caught this morning, there was 2 on that tree, and there was 3 on there yesterday, and one of them got to take a boat ride. So, but as soon as I pulled up this morning, seen her first cast, she nailed it. I had another couple of others that are sitting on the tree, and they just wouldn't bite. Well, I got them to bite, but they wouldn't go ahead and take it. They was being stingy, didn't want to take a ride. But I think really the main thing on these trees, though, I've been looking, is you need to have grass or something other than just a bare tree. They haven't been near as effective for me. I say that, and my biggest fish come off of a bare tree yesterday, but that was the only fish I've caught off a bare tree. Just going around and making as many flips. I mean, you can miss them with that scope too, so you kind of got to go ahead and flip on them regardless if you see one or not. But I give it 1 pitch or 2. I don't give it a bunch, just because if I can't see them, I don't feel like they're there. Plus flipping, I can cover a lot more water than throwing a wacky worm on it. And I know guys are catching them on that, doing it. I've caught a couple doing it, but it's too slow for me. I just can't do it. I mean, and plus I'm definitely no guru with a spinning rod, so I don't want to be losing all my hooks in all these trees. Banks are not seeing very many today for some reason. I don't know if it has to be that front push these fish off a little bit or something, or maybe I just had a a big wave come up and decide to start spawning yesterday, and that's the reason they bit so well, or I had so many up. But the little secondary area we're about to go to, it had quite a few fish yesterday that weren't paired up, so we're definitely going to give them a little bit of a go, and I think it's going to be a more protected area also, so I think that'll help us out.
Yeah. This one's pretty easy this morning, Tommy Sanders. Luke Palmer coming off of a great classic, but he still has some unfinished business. Your power pole replay of the day. Gonna rewind to yesterday. Yum.
This is a giant.
Woolly bug and a yum bad mama. Luke Palmer getting his job done by about noon 30 and bailing out of that area.
Are you kidding
And
me?
interestingly enough, looking at
me?
what this day looks like so far on Bassmaster Live, the door is still open in this tournament. Drew Cook only sitting on one fish. This one earlier today with Luke Palmer.
This is like a 10. Oh, hell.
Gone now.
My bad, I got a little excited. Seen her go sideways. Yeah.
Good one this morning.
Here we go.
It's an obvious, absolutely.
Yeah.
Say it like it is, man. We're going to take and slink on over to Potato Creek right now with your wire-to-wire leader so far in this tournament, Drew Cook.
Dang, I like those.
Slow and steady.
Freaking first flippers. Just wish he was 3 times his size, but number 2. There was one there on the other side of him too.
Hey, Such, Century Club report, like where are we at now?
We're still, he's probably 10 pounds away, 11 pounds away from it right now.
2 3/4. Not gonna be one we want to weigh in.
It's about exactly when.
Such, you're gonna be stoked when somebody crosses that.
Oh man, I'm
3-digit. Oh, just
counting
Chuffed.
down. Cook has regained the lead.
Well, he's had it playing in the back of his mind yesterday when it was slow in the morning here in this spot. I may have to leave. He's talking a little like that now, but it takes 1 or 2 to, you know, keep him pinned down there. So we'll see what happens with Drew Cook. Right now, we just saw him take the lead away from Brandon Polinick. The rest of our leaderboard lays out as follows. That's Fast Track. Those are unofficial weights. And we have got more action on the way on Championship Monday.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Championship Monday here. Hope you're getting to spend some time with us on this Monday. Man, spring arrived about this time yesterday. But boy, it's been going on for a while here at the Santee Cooper Lakes. Everything is just exploding, including the fish population. I think about 11:30 yesterday is when we sort of really got revved up here. It was Catch-a-thon 22. It's what happened for the whole rest of the day. We had some giant limits coming in. In fact, all but 2 of our anglers, all but 1 of our anglers brought 20 pounds or more in our top 10 to the stand yesterday. Drew Cook, Brandon
definitely.
Polinick.
I think Davey pretty much nailed it that day 1 was going to be the toughest day of this tournament, and it has steadily climbed throughout this event. by far, semifinal Sunday was out of control. As you said, Tommy Sanders, about 11:30 is when Santee Cooper Lakes absolutely exploded. Back on the water right now, Bassmaster Live. And this is kind of the day that you saw with Kufal on Friday, where it was just painfully slow for him. Only one big bite on Friday. There you Brandon Polinick's in right now. We saw him catch a giant there on a jig Thursday afternoon.
Either that or they just do not want a spinnerbait today. There's Luke Palmer up there. I think that's Luke. Wonder if he's caught him yet.
The 3.5 watermelon.
Back out to John
Hit
Cox.
it.
There we go.
There we go. It's number 3. Got him there. Look, that's on the new power bait Shape 108. That little cross. Man, that sucker catches them there. It's got really good action. Tons of different sizes. That's what I've been using once I find them, and I feel like they're pretty locked. Put that on them, hit them with some 40-pound braid. All right, let's see if that other one might have slid up. That's like my main. If I see one just parked, it's just a 3/0 straight shank, 1/4 ounce weight. I think this is the 3.5 watermelon red. It's got really good action in the water. It's kind of nice and compact. All right, let's find us a big one.
The Berkeley right bait, right time.
I was hoping some of the times when you're working those fish, you're throwing and throwing, and then all of a sudden the female rolls up on there. No, yeah, he's probably a 3. Did you like how I did it? Did I do good bringing them back by the front? Yeah, I was trying to help you the best I could. God, I wish these guys up here would bite.
We'll look at this one with this fish. John Cox advances. Well, he's made his advance 4 spots since the start of fishing today, but still 14 pounds plus behind our leaders.
And you know, we've covered him a lot, Tommy. It is, and I talked about this down in Florida.
Okay.
I've been lucky enough to fish with John. It is scary how simple he keeps it.
come on, fish. No. So we've just been going, trying to find some big ones. We haven't seen any. Right here, I saw some fish. I think the first day, and there was a whole bunch of them trying to go on this one bed right here, and I haven't seen them since. And I just went by it a minute ago, and they were all there again. But it's a little cool this morning. It's just, you know, they're starting to move up. It's just so hard right now because there's so many fish coming in. So you got fish cruising the bank, you know, ones that aren't really already done their thing. So, but a lot of times, sometimes you can get lucky and catch them before they actually lay them. But
still do not have a single limit on the board.
no, they're just not coming back. Every once in a while you can throw on there and they'll come back in really quick and just run up there and grab it, you know. But I don't know, they probably just moved back out. And got snapped. I didn't get the big one, but I got one of them. I got one of them off of there. Oh gosh, I was hoping it was the big one. That sucker just ran right up on there and grabbed it. Oh, I was hoping it was the big one. Come here, baby. Oh, gosh. That's the littlest one out of the whole bunch. Ugh. Got him on that jerk, Chad. We'll see, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she'll slide up there. That's crazy. That's how quick. What is that? Oh, is that 4 on us? Yeah, got 4 of them. Yeah, I mean, it can happen so quick. You can pull up, and all of a sudden, that's just like when we had the big stringer that day. We pulled up and threw to the bed, caught a 3.5, then threw back, caught a 7, then threw back, caught a 6. Yeah, he's probably 3, maybe. I can show you. I'll show you guys this is like the best setup. I mean, this is as simple as it gets. This might be almost simpler than throwing the general around. Go. So I just got a 4/0 Berkeley Fusion hook. Some fire line. And watermelon seed jerk shad. I know a lot of you guys have probably seen it before, and gosh, it's like one of my favorite baits. My brother used to whoop me anytime we'd go pond fishing on it. So Now I throw it all the time too. It seems to really, it always catches them.
He's getting closer to a limit.
John Cox. Absolutely, Tommy. Watching John Cox do his work. Very, very simple method, man. Your Mercury move of the day. All the way from 9th place up to, I believe we've got him up to 4th place right now. As you said, Tommy Sanders, fish number 4 right there. I don't know if those are 4 that he wants to bring to the weigh-in today. But obviously a different day here on Santee Cooper Lakes. Berkeley Max Scent General. Berkeley Jerk Shad.
Oh, little male there.
Interesting listening to John Cox with his spinner rod a lot this week. He's been going straight fire line, straight braid on a lot of these fish.
Number 3. Got him there. Look, that's something.
Mercury moved the day so far, at least, and a lot slower morning on the north side of Lake Marion. John Cox. Ah, yes.
Free spirit doesn't let all the intricacies of life on the road bother him. He just lives in the moment, takes it as it comes. A lot of fun to be out in the boat with John Cox, that is for sure. We'll do more of that when we come back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Championship Monday, we're into the second quarter of this game if you split it up that way. And we've had the sort of week we live for on Bassmaster Live. We got to see big fish, lots of them. We get to see one of the best practitioners of sight fishing getting to do purely that, Drew Cook, trying to go, wall to wall on this thing. We've got to see Luke Palmer kind of pioneering sight fishing with your electronics, and right around the corner, Caleb Kufal doing it as old school as you could possibly do. It's just a real pleasure.
No doubt. We're going to slide back over to big semifinal Sunday. Oklahoma angler Luke Palmer, one big one in his live well. You could tell that wind now starting to settle down in a big way, which was predicted coming into Championship Monday. Luke Palmer live.
Well, we got 3. They just, they need to get a lot bigger. But hey, we got bit. It's a miracle. I can catch a fish every now and then. I just gotta slow down the fish. Kind of hard to when you ain't got a limit. And you expect it to just throttle them in your first area. I'm gonna retie today. I'm not gonna have to screw up like I did yesterday. Bites are gonna be way too valuable today. Like I said, I do the 3 tag in knot on my sunline shooter. Like I said, I've had good luck out of it. I just don't. Yesterday my screw up was me not retying. You gotta retie, especially when you're making as many flips. You're gonna get a little bit of line twist. That's gonna put pressure on your knot. So definitely retie, even if you hadn't caught one in a while. Daggum line out if I can work here. I'll tie it sometime today. I might get to fish by next week. Slow as I am with stuff this morning.
Luke Palmer out there. A little bit of a slow start to his season. First 2 events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, but a great classic for him and keeping that momentum going. Welcome back into the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. And Such, hey, what do you got for us? Huh?
Well, I've been looking up Luke Palmer. He's working on his ranch and his family's hardware store, and makes time to go fish professionally. It's kind of crazy. He stays busy all the time.
All right. From Colgate, Oklahoma, they're in coal country in Markzona. I mean, it's still kind of a post-frontal feel out there today. It's, you know, it's high skies and it's a little cooler and so forth like that. Takes a little time to gin up that big bass fury, doesn't it?
No, I think that's really the story of the morning so far. You know, and I was going to talk to Davey about this. Obviously, your guys that are sight fishing want high skies that they could see everything. But the other thing is, coming off of a cool night, it needs to warm up to where these fish are not loose on these beds. And you can tell that's exactly, at least for your guys that are eye spying them, that is what has transpired so far. And I'm actually going to have Davey, for some of our beginners, you know, that are learning how to sight fish, talk about when they're loose in the morning, Davey, compared to later in the day on our B&W Trailer Hitches on the line call.
Yeah, when you're sight fishing, you want those fish to be, you know, just very territorial. So they're protecting that one little area where the bed is. When they're roaming around, it's really hard to get those fish to react and to bite an artificial lure. And the big thing that I've noticed this week, I've been watching John Cox for probably about the last 45 minutes or so, Drew Cook a lot this week, obviously, is how patient early in the morning they are. I always, when I was fishing the tournaments and I sight fishing, I would want to go do something else in the morning for a few hours. But Drew Cook and John Cox today, even on day 4, even though they've had a slow start every day, they're just so patient, and they start out sight fishing, understand that it's going to get better as the day progresses, and it has for them every single day. But it's really amazing the patience that they have. And Drew Cook, he's young, to be leading a Bassmaster Elite Series event and starting on a big one and putting it in a live well, yes, but still only having that one fish, and he's got a plan and he's going to stick with it. And that's what really stands out about these anglers here this week.
Davey, one of the things we talked about earlier today is obviously there was a lot of big stringers between Rocks Pond and Utah Springs, an area that you are very familiar with. And one thing that you have preached, and you've pounded it in my brain on that lake, is, man, you can be a hero one day on those cypress trees, but it can also heavily burn you going back to those same trees.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that day 2 with Caleb Kufal. He only had 4 bites, and if you look at what he did on day 1 and day 3, it's absolutely incredible. But day 2, if he isn't able to win, it'll certainly be the day that he remembers. But it could be that again today. The wind has changed direction, is coming more out of east, really flowing right into where Drew Cook has spent most of his day. I think we'll see him fish several different areas today that he has not been in. But Caleb wanted that wind to blow. He caught him so well on day 3 of this event with a spinnerbait, with the wind blowing. The wind is blowing on this side of the lake, but where he's at, it seems to be calming down over there. So really not what he wanted, but it's kind of hero or zero on the final cut, the 10 anglers here. So I'm sure he's going to stay in that area, but he really wanted that wind to blow for him today, but it doesn't look like it's going to do it on that side of the lake.
Davey was a little slow this time yesterday, and just about the time that you and Dave Mercer took over with the on-site coverage yesterday, about 11:30, man, it just lit up and it never stopped. It was relentless for the rest of the day. Is that kind of maybe the same scenario we're looking at today?
Yeah, Tommy, I think that's exactly what we'll see today. 11:30, 12 o'clock, somewhere in there. It was cool this morning, about 41 degrees, so about 8 or 10 degrees cooler than yesterday morning. So it'll take a little longer for that water to start, the temperature to start rising up, but I definitely think we'll see things heat up around that 11:30, 12 o'clock. And, you know, it's going to take over 100 pounds to win this event. There's no doubt about it. We just don't know who's going to be the one, but I definitely think you'll have to have over 100 pounds to win today.
Davey, the most inconsistent of this whole entire tournament has been Lake Moultrie. We only have one angler down there right now, one other angler threatening to go down there. Why has Moultrie, which this time of year, you can see big stringers come out of there, why has it been so inconsistent down there?
Well, there's a couple reasons, in my opinion, Z. Number one, a lot of the anglers did not even venture to Lake Moultrie. Lake Marion is so big that you know, you can't really fish in just 2.5 days of practice both lakes. And when we were here in 2020, a lot of the anglers caught their fish up in the swamp area, and a lot of the anglers here this week went back up there, and it actually burned them because they had a good practice, and then we had those rains and the water really got dirty up there, and I don't think anybody that finished in the top 20 caught their fish up there in that area. So it took a lot of their practice away. The other thing is, Lake Moultrie just never did come up like I thought it was going to. Lake Marion came up, and the fishing's been great, and usually Moultrie will fall when that's happening, and then it'll stabilize and come up a little bit, but it's just not come up like we really wanted to see for those fish to move in those ponds and those backwater areas to spawn.
Another area that did not play, well, it did really, you know, on days 1 and 2, and traditionally it is a section of Lake Marion that can hold out 4 days. Why did Jack's Creek kind of just taper off after day? Really, it tapered off about midday on Friday.
Jack's Creek is the one area that is hit or miss. It can be great one day and you go back the very next day, and I don't know how to explain it, but I think most anglers that you talk to that fish the Santee Cooper Lakes a lot will tell you Jack's Creek is hit or miss. You can be on a great bite there the day before a tournament or day 1 in an event and go back the next day, and then it just go away. And we saw that with some real good anglers. You know, Jason Christie spent a lot of time in there day 1. Greg Hackney caught a lot of his fish in there, but then he left it because the second day from about mid-morning on, Greg Hackney had a really, really slow day, got off to a great start. But that area has always been known as kind of a hit or miss. I've never thought that I could rely on Jack's Creek area for 4 days in a row.
Davey, good stuff. Great insights from a man who knows the Santee Cooper Lakes, our own Davey Height. Davey and Dave Mercer will be taking over the bus a little later on this morning, actually early this afternoon, for some on-site coverage. That's always good. You definitely want to check that out as we get back out to Greg Hackney.
And then, but I could tell she must have just had the tail. When it hit the bottom, I was like, when I picked, oh, she bit it again. That's definitely what she likes the best. I mean, that's the first, now she's, you know, she's touching it now. Oh, and there she is. She just touched it in the wrong way. When she got it, Boy, my eyesight as I age is bad, because I called that a 3-pounder, but I think it might be a hair bigger. Now I'm like, you know what, this fish was worth fish. I was thinking the whole time, I was like, you need to go on. You don't need Jack with one that small. I mean, we're gonna call her 3. Hackney 3.
Is that right?
Thank you, sir.
That's awesome. Big for her size.
We just do what we do. Every day we just grind around. I need to check that hook because I had to work on it with them pliers.
Well, he does just kind of slink around, doesn't he?
That's how 18 on Bass Track turns into 28 on the scales.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's right before your eyes.
No, that's what, well, so this was the bait she was the most active on first, the little game hog on the lightweight, and then when I put the big weight in there, she vanished. Well, on that drop shot, I got her back, she was active, and I got to thinking, I'm like, maybe she's on the, oh, I messed that up. I was like, maybe she's on the weight. You know what I mean? Instead of looking at the worm, because the worm was up a good bit above her. And I'm like, she was hot when well, you know, then the first time it went in there, I picked up, she had it. I was like, but I wouldn't swing because it wasn't very heavy. And then I felt her toot toot the next cast. And then the third time, when I pitched it in there, I picked up it just down through the weeds. That's crazy though that he didn't bite. I can't see him. You know, he wasn't that big, and I couldn't see him. I never saw him. There's a big nest right there, but I couldn't see it either.
Oh yeah, BMC on point. Greg Hackney working that one for a little bit, and really what you've seen Greg Hackney do throughout this tournament is transition from pitching cypress trees to I Spy, and I got to see that yesterday a little bit with Greg Hackney, and this one right here, just listening to how he will dissect a fish and the behavior of that bass right there, catching that female, saying the number one key was definitely the weight of that lure. BMC on point with Greg Hackney. Taking about 15 minutes on that one. Solid catch for Hackney here on Championship Monday. BMC on point.
Catch moves him up from a tie for 9th all the way up to 7th place. Greg Hackney on the board. A catch that went in as 4 pounds. I'll be darned. He said it was only 3. Oh, that was the unupdated version. There we go. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we got plenty more on the way here. We're into the second quarter of this ball game here on Championship Sunday on the Santee Cooper Lakes, 3rd stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
I wish Monday could be more attached to the weekend. You get one more day to get outside and enjoy that spring, which has just sprung all over everywhere. We can't make that happen for you, but you can take us with you and get a little taste of it every now and then as you look in on the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite Championship Sunday here at the Santee Cooper Lakes. And this big story is Drew Cook in his 4th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and the first time he's ever been able to go wire to wire. That's the opportunity that he's looking at right now. Show you something a few moments ago that we were back in a corner with Greg Hackney, and he did something a little special for us there.
Exactly right, and really he is right around the corner from where we saw Hank Cherry on day number 2 of this tournament.
There she is. She just touched it in the wrong way.
With Hackney.
When she got it. Well, my eyesight as I age is bad, because I called that a 3-pounder, but I think it might be a hair bigger. Now I'm like, you know what?
Back line.
There we go. I'm not going, he's got 3 minutes, and then we rolling out. Because he's just a fish, you know what I mean? Like, no, not even close, half the size. But he's sitting in such a good place. And after the first part of my morning was so slow, I'm like, I need to get some stink in there, you know what I mean? Yeah. I didn't have no stink in that live well, so I need to just put some stink in it.
Boy, him and cameraman Brian Evie having a TIM here on Championship Monday. And not that there's anything wrong with it, but is Hackney going full-blown pink sneakers here? I don't know. I don't know. I'm cool.
Yeah. You can see him at night.
He's got a wild eye for fashion.
That must be where he likes it at, right there. Kind of whirly bird around then, like he was feeling his oats a little bit. he? I'm like, maybe it's another bass showed up. Something just happened. Because I'm like, I just seen another fish. And while I was looking at him, yeah. I don't know, I might have not fell in the right place then. Well, I'm on my knees right now begging for a bite. That's about the best thing I got going right now. I figured it's about time for me to get on my knees. I got a hair trigger on that thing. I guess there's one place in there I'm gonna have to get it and just shake it and without moving it out, because I mean he jumps on it every time I put it in there. I ain't felt him. You know, he's not touched it. His body language is jumping on it, but that's right there. That's where it's at.
Head back into Potato Creek right now with Corey Johnston, very consistent this week.
Only angler of our top 10 without a fish today. Yet.
Caught him pretty regularly yesterday.
Yeah, started off really faster than anybody yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Never had the real giant, though, but real consistent, nice fish. The average fish yesterday, 38 limits, was 4 pounds, 4.16 pounds.
Just for a second, see if this female moves up.
Let's talk about what he's doing. He said he's going to hang on to that male, and we saw Drew Cook do that in this tournament.
Back here in a second. No.
Said if that female does not lock on, he will let that male go. And actually, Tommy, this is no joke. Cameraman Jake Latondras, who's been with Cook all week long, said he let that male go. Remember the other day, and re-caught that male again along with the female later in the afternoon. So
maybe. And Corey Johnston for us even measured a male before he caught it on the bed to see if it was worth catching. That was
he weighed one. He weighed one in his live well
to see if the other one he was looking at was going to beat it. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Really one of the first times this tournament where we've seen Corey Johnston get out of those pad fields of Potato Creek.
Got a bracket standing going on. Tommy, remember the Redfish Cup when Nicky Savoie, the 6'8" former NFL player, was sight fishing, and said every 6 inches up you get another 15 feet of vision out.
Too much time on it because I need 7s and 8s, but windy and it's hard to see.
Makes you appreciate guys like Drew Cook and Clifford Perch.
Just getting
absolutely
getting good enough where we can see these little deeper beds. So give this one another 15 minutes or so, and then we're just going to keep rolling and looking for a big one.
It was Roland Martin.
I will catch this one today. It's just a matter of time. I don't want to spend too much time on it.
Roland Martin brought a saltwater fishing stand out on his bass boat on Okeechobee. Got banned. You can't bring any raised platforms out in Bassmaster.
Yeah, it was a platform that he put together during the event.
Yeah, just had it on his deck and got nixed real quick.
Well,
did a story on all the rules that Roland thinks have been instituted because of him. Practice. Cut off of 28 days before. Guys can't be on the water. Culling. He said at one time way back in the day he'd just fill his boat and then look, get in a flurry and then look in the bottom of his boat and decide which ones he wanted to keep. Those were in the high limit days. No culling of dead fish, and then the jet boats.
Jet boat, sure. Championship Monday. I know you sometimes harder to carve out a little time to check in with us. If you're just checking in with us right now, let's offer you our Yamaha midday report, what we have been able to see so far on a little bit slower start today, but we expect things to pick up.
Yeah, it is fair to say that this tournament is absolutely 100% still wide open. Luke Palmer going big on semifinal Sunday, 33 pounds and 5 ounces, starting the day with this one that he thought was a 10.
Not bad, I got a little excited. Seen her go sideways.
3 to 4 foot cypress trees, basically between Rocks Pond and Utah Springs. I think Luke Palmer was a little bit surprised, as I'm sure some of our other leaders are, how slow it was earlier today. Brandon Polinick starting off on his little semi-offshore spot. Catching a solid one here to start and backing it up with, well, he has not caught many in this offshore spot, but there has been many that size this week with Brandon Polinick, who is absolutely still in it.
Drew Cook we've been on all week long.
Yeah, and really Drew Cook today starting on about a 5 to 6 pounder with a spinning rod. First time we've not seen him use his fighting frog this week. And as crazy as it seems, a guy that's approaching the 100-pound mark, mornings have been so slow for Drew Cook. Starting off in a big way here on Championship Monday.
He needs 11 pounds only.
This fish right here, fish number 2 for Drew Cook. Kind of seems like that Potato Creek area has, number 1, it's been throttled, but your Yamaha midday report, Drew Cook still sitting on 2 bass in his live well.
Absolutely, that little cove has been very, very good to Drew Cook. He offered up some thanks, as a matter of fact, just a few minutes ago. Drew Cook may be moving on, may not be. It only takes another good one to keep him there. Polinick, it's Cook and Polinick at the top of the leaderboard right now. No one else really able to join the fight just yet, but plenty of time left in this day.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Getting closer and closer to the halfway point here on Championship Monday. The guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Still a battle at the top of the leaderboard between Drew Cook and the man who won this tournament the last time the Elites came to the Santee Cooper Lakes, Brandon Polinick, former Progressive Angler of the Year and 6-time winner with the Bassmasters. Get you out here to Caleb Kufal, a little bit slower start for him today. Yesterday, he was a busy guy yesterday.
He was. A lot of work on a 3/8 ounce War Eagle spinnerbait. Half-ounce jig a little bit yesterday. And I mean, perfect conditions for Kufal. Said he just needed a little bit of wind.
Two.
See anything? I don't think he actually bit it. I think.
Drew Cook still in Potato Creek. Did make the comment that he might pull the plug here in the next hour, which would be the first time he's done that this event. Well, it is going to be an interesting afternoon with Drew Cook. Taking a look at your marathon peak performance. Anchoring this week with a 31-pound and 13-ounce stringer day one. And really, Drew Cook has been a calculator every day of this tournament that we've had a camera on him, Tommy Sanders, saying that magic mark was going to be 24 pounds a day. 24-12 day two. Yesterday, 24-3. Today's total about 8 pounds and 4 ounces. As Such said, Such wants to see it. He wants that Century Club.
Oh, yeah. Obsessed with it.
19.4 is all Cook needs today.
Stop thinking about it.
But for the win, maybe a little bit more.
Marathon peak performance, an unbelievably consistent week so far for Drew Cook. But this one is, did not think I was going to say this, but this one is going to go into the afternoon absolutely still wide open. Marathon peak performance.
Totally agree with you there. Everyone been marvelous. Really the first long-term opportunity we've had to look at Drew Cook's incredible talents for sight fishing. Reputation that preceded him even before he joined the Elite Series out here. He is good at it.
See Polinick getting up shallow now. A lot of his day two weight coming late. Sight fishing.
2 keepers in the boat for Pauling. It's been a while since he put those 2 in the boat.
Getting word from Jake Latondras, cameraman, all week for Drew Cook. He's on a really big male right now, garden fry, so not completely locked on.
Dang, I've spent too long on this thing not to catch it.
That wind hadn't quite laid down yet.
No.
Davey Height said it was coming out of the east, and man, it was supposed to really lay down by lunchtime.
This thing's a stud, too.
Brandon Palaniuk in his 2nd decade with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Had some final day heroics right here, 2020, to win the tournament the last time the Elites visited.
He's not even freaking turning on it anymore. Huh?
It was weird. It was one of those tournaments you didn't kind of looking at a lot of Palaniuk's wins on the Elite Series. Not one of those lakes where you know, I'm not sure he was on a ton of fantasy fishing radar in that fall event here on Santee Cooper.
Either that or I'm going to have to get out and push.
Uh-oh.
Stay right there.
Well, Drew Benton said he was catching them really shallow up spawn, and looks like he's
He got caught.
There we go. There we go now.
Might try it again right up there next to the bank.
Tommy, we preach hard bottom for spawners. That was as hard a bottom as you can find.
Yeah, that's... It's all one up shallow, I guess.
In the fall, did we have some guys get stuck up in the cypress way up north in the swamp?
When we had it here in the fall, you mean?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
somebody missed
remember
their
that.
check-in, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was Brian Schmidt, wasn't it, Suge?
Maybe you're right. I'm looking it up. I forget exactly who it was.
I think it was Brian Schmidt. He got like stuck on a stump for 3 days.
You gotten stuck with
Yes.
any Elite Series guys, Mark Zona?
I'm sorry, Tommy.
Have you
Go
been,
ahead.
you
What
been
was
stuck
that?
out on water in a situation like that with any Elite Series guys doing your many fishing forays?
Maybe there was one.
Mm-hmm.
That one time I was on the Chesapeake Bay with hometown hero Mike Iaconelli. We got stuck in the first 9 seconds of our taping, which set the tone for the rest of that trip.
Davey Hyde famously got stuck in this state.
Yes,
That's
oh yes,
right.
he did.
Pluff
Minyah
mud.
Bay. Yeah.
Suit you like that pluff mud, don't you, boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah. That whole day was a disaster with Iaconelli. It started, got stuck in the mud. Later on that day, Iaconelli fell in the lake, broke a bunch of rods, trashed a microphone. It was just an absolute disaster of a day.
Oh,
take a look at.
Let's talk about Drew Cook's only Bassmaster Elite. Drew Benton's only Bassmaster Elite Series win. Lake Travis, Austin, Texas, 2018.
It was back in the good old days right there, too, Tommy Sanders.
That's right. It sure was.
Good stuff right there.
Oh,
Hey, Ted, I can't help it.
Drew Benton. Not afraid to get his feet
Oh, no.
wet. No.
You ain't lying.
Drew said about 10 minutes ago, I've been fishing this one too long not to catch him.
Well, I'm looking at those weights right now, and what all of our leaders coming in here to Championship Monday having their live wells, you cannot. You're not manufacturing any drama in this one.
No.
It is going to be a weird afternoon on Santee Cooper Lakes.
Who is going to rise up? Who's going to make something happen, break loose from the crowd? Possibly carve out a win here, third stop of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Drew Cook trying to go wire to wire. Brandon Polinick, known for final day heroics. Luke Palmer and Caleb Kufall showing us yesterday what's available here. We'll take a break.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
There we go.
Off a spot, you know, so. I can't really See under there, those trees. I feel like you'll be able to see that big white spot though if it's, you know, where this bottom's got that muck on it, so they'll have fanned off the place that's got it. That's funny, isn't it? That pocket had 3 or 4. I done come this far around this one, and it don't have weeds, but it's got trees. Yeah, it's sand. God, there's a giant. If that's a bass, I don't know if it's a bass or not. It kind of spooked. Came out from under that tree. If it's a bass, it is a monster. I still see it going over there. It looked like it come out from under that tree, but I'm still not 100% sure it was a bass. I see a big orange spot, you know, under that tree. Let's just see what it does. It went over there where that patch of weeds. But when my poles touched, it kind of spooked. It was dark, so what made me think it was a bass, but I don't know if it is or not. If it was a bass. But why is it out there milling around, you know? Came out from under that tree right there. I don't know, I can't. I just see a light spot, you know, under that tree. I don't know. I don't know. That's the first place I've seen down through here. It definitely looks like a bed. Where it came from right in there, and that looks like a bed, but I don't know. I ain't seen that fish again since it. I figured I'd jiggle my bait on there though, and if I got a bite, I'd know it was a male. I don't know. I mean, it definitely looks like, I mean, I'm almost 100% sure that has to be a bed. I just wasn't 100% sure if that was a bass. I mean, but that is a bed. I ain't seen a bass on it, but. See nothing. I ain't seen nothing, you know, like a small bass swimming around either. So. I'm gonna say it was a carp. I don't know. It's just in my mind. It kind of had that, but I thought the deal was I saw it come from towards that light spot. That's the reason I thought there was an outside chance it might have been a bass. That was funny looking right there for a second, but it wasn't nothing. I'm not sure what the deal is here, but there's water shooting out everywhere. I'm gonna look down this dot right here, and then we're gonna hunt some more bank grass. That's the deal. I mean, there could have been one in here, but I just feel like it's almost guaranteed when you get around that bank grass. Yeah, I mean, there's 4 or 5 right there, and then we ain't seen, you know. Come on, fish. Can't be this hard. It's got some bank grass, it's got a little bit of everything. And it's got some sunshine. You know, because I couldn't see this morning, I didn't know, you know. I'm like, I should have stayed out here. I should have went down there. Bad decision this morning. I should have went down there and punched mats this morning, and then, you know, then came up here when the sun. But I was like, well, I'll start back here in the back. It'll be warm, whatever. Yep. Oh, yeah, you can't beat it. It's the best thing ever. I don't see one under there. That's a good strip. I mean, it's a good place right there. It's deep enough here I can't see down there. See a turtle. Surely there wouldn't be one in casting distance of that fishing dock. But you don't ever know. There'll be one in this next pocket, ain't no doubt. A bunch of bank grass over here. Oh. This is some of that deep bank grass, kind of like that we were just around, but it's in casting distance of the fishing pier, but I'm still not overly concerned about that. It's deep. Stuff's growing deep there. So deep you can't get in a hurry looking. I just want to look down in there and look like two pieces of stove wood sitting in a hole. And not even, just don't even move when we go by. They just stay. I can't, it's funny the way it is, I can't see on the inside edge. Nice dark. Well, of course. See ya. God, is that a bass right there? If it is, that's a big one. I know in that light spot, it looked like a big old head, just a big old head, big old thick looking head peeping at me. Now I can't see. I can't see anything. It was just sitting in that light. My mind might have been playing tricks on me. It just looked like a big light colored. I don't know if I can come from the other angle. The sun needs to be from the other direction. I know they're on this. This is just like where we just came from. It's deep. It's got a good inside edge. so I have to ease on up. I can't. I'm like, really? Now I'm hung? What the? Hold on just a second for me. I probably jacked it up anyway. It ain't that big, but it ain't as big as I first thought, unless it had a girlfriend with it. Man, I thought the fish I saw had a big old thick head. It was still a nice one. The one that swam off then. It just eased off, you know. I just can't tell where the bed is, but I would think since I saw it sitting right there, and when it swam off then it was right there. I'm gonna ease on down and then come back and fish from the other direction and see if I can see better from the other direction. Yeah, it's a fun size. I mean, I messed that bug up. God, this is good. I bet there's several of them down through there. I just can't, you know. What did I do with my bugs? I'm digging around earlier. I guess that's it right there. I'll have to turn everything in this boat upside down. Let's put this coat up here. Slide that right now. Now we back good. Dang. I'm gonna run over that one. It was out here, it wasn't that big.
Looks like there's some movement up there. Just cannot quite tell. I don't know if it was right here or if it was up a little bit. I worked too hard to not get you in now. Come here. Come here. There we go. There we go. Swallowed it. Well, that was a lot of work. All right, what's that, number 5? Gosh, that took a long time. Probably 3.5. This is a nice one, though. That's a nice one. You think? 3? I don't know. I can't tell. They're so thick. I know these are the smallest ones I've caught all week, though. All right, let's keep moving. Yeah. 3 sounds good. Let's try this one. And then we out of here. We're going to where the big uns live, I guess. Yeah, because we're going to run out of time.
Not yet. Okay, I'm not catching many. I don't see that one.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Welcome to our on-location coverage here in Clarendon County, South Carolina. And man, a very rare championship Monday because of a postponement earlier in the week. We get to fish on Monday. So if you're at school, you're at work, whatever you're doing, consider this your official note to enjoy the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. And that is your unofficial leaderboard right now. The guy who won it the last time we were here back in 2020, Brandon Palnick, has moved into the lead with 93 pounds and 4 ounces. And our leader since day number 1, Drew Cook, has slipped to second place. But where's all this incredible action going down? Right there, Santee Cooper Lakes. And an incredible, incredible body of water. And one guy promised it since day number 1. Davey Height told me since day number 1, this is going to be lights out. You called it from day 1. You said this will be the worst day of the tournament, and it's going to get better. And it rarely does, but, man, it did this week, Davey.
It really has. Day 2 and day 3 of this event has really been incredible to see, especially in the afternoon, and we're hoping that that's going to happen again this afternoon. I truly think it will, but it's going to be a great finish. With 100 pounds to win, I think it will reach that mark. Whoever wins will have to have at least 100 pounds. Drew Cook has been basically flawless this week. He had a slow day, day 2, but was able to catch that 1 7-pounder, and then somehow he ends up with 24 pounds, when we call it a slow day, but after a 32-pound day, that is a slower day. But Drew Cook got off to a good start this morning, his best start yet since we've had a camera on him, and it has really slowed down. But it's just now, the wind's really just now laying down, and the sun's up high in the sky. So looking forward to big things this afternoon.
Speaking of big things, let's jump into our Toyota midday report to catch everybody up on the big doings on this incredible body of water. And we'll start with the biggest bag of the tournament. He weighed in the BMC monster bag of the tournament yesterday, Luke Palmer.
Yeah, Luke Palmer is fishing on the south side of the lake, kind of southeast of takeoff here. And not a lot of anglers doing well over there on that side of the lake, but Luke Palmer, what a day yesterday, just absolutely incredible. You think about catching a 6, a 6.5, a 7, a 9. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible what he did yesterday. The water level has risen throughout this tournament in the upper lake, and it's got a little bit of color to it. It's made the fishing really good there the last few days.
But they're all chasing down one guy, the man with the plan, saying, catch me if you can. Drew Cook trying to go wire to wire.
Yeah, Drew Cook, a young angler. This is his fifth year, starting fifth year, Dave? Starting fourth year. Just a few years, really, in the big picture thing, out on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Overdue for his first win, I think, but really incredible watching him all this week, how patient he has been to start off sight fishing on Santee Cooper Lakes where you know you've got to catch them. And by mid-morning, every morning, except today, since we've been watching him, it's been really, really slow. This morning he had a good one. I talked to him at the dock before takeoff. He had a good one to start on, and thankfully that worked out for him. He caught that good fish, but man, only 10 pounds, 12 ounces. He's got to step it up from there, but I totally think he will.
Uh-oh, the guy who won it the last time we were here, Brandon Palnick, doing something very different all week long, and his question on day one was, will it hold out? So far, it has.
Yeah, it definitely has. And Brandon Palnick, I'll be honest with you, to see him win here in 2020 in the fall at Santee Cooper Lakes was really surprising to me how he did it. He just kept moving up the leaderboard, and then that final day having the big day. And then when he started off here this week, the first morning, within about 10 or 15 minutes, he had 3 big fish in his live well, and I thought, well, he'll have another decent tournament here. But honestly, I did not expect to see him. I don't know why, but you shouldn't underestimate Brandon Palnick, but I did not see him leading here midway on the final day here in a spring tournament at Santee Cooper. But he's done a great job mixing it up. He's fishing offshore. When I say offshore, 5 to 10 feet, and he's also gone up during the middle of the day, late in the day when it's calm, and sight fishing for some fish. So great job for Brandon Palnick.
Let's check in with our defending champion live on the water right now, Brandon Palnick. You see right over his shoulder, Corey Johnston. Both of them made the top 10 the last 2 times we were here. 2 totally different times of the year, and they both have been near each other in both occurrences. And it's not one area, it's a different area.
Yeah, Dave, where they fished in the fall versus where they're fishing now is about as opposite as you can get on the upper lake, Lake Marion. This Potato Creek area is probably the most built up area on the entire upper lake, and a lot of boat docks, not a lot of cypress trees, no swampy area, and just opposite where they spent most of their time, excuse me, in the fall tournament here. So really, really awesome to see both of these guys, how versatile they are.
We've talked about their areas. Let's let Brandon Palnick dial us in with the baits and his approach this week in our Bass Pro Shops top baits.
The biggest thing for me is I've made one little change. I hadn't thrown a crankbait much. I had had a few places where I'd caught them cranking earlier in practice, but my main area, I'd really mostly caught them on a jerkbait. And today I pulled out a little Rapala OG Slim, and I caught back-to-back 5.5 and a 6, 6 1/4. And you know, that gave me a lot of confidence, kind of because I felt like I had another tool in my arsenal now. And that's something that I can switch to tomorrow. And now I've got, you know, a rotation of baits that I can fall back on to try to make something happen.
great info from
I think we're gonna go a little more
now,
mainly.
looking at.
It's kind of sucking. I think there's already a bunch of fry garters. Crazy. I can't believe how much further along they are than I thought, you know, unless they're just doing it that quick. I got one.
Oh, look, John's got a fish.
Gosh. Oh, gosh. Come on, get away from that dock. Get away from that dock. Oop, coming around you, Gilbert. Thought I was hung up. Oh, man, that's kind of stinks because now it's like, do we go fish docks? Come here. Come here. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Come here. Come here. Got him. Oh, that's a better one. Gosh, I don't know now. Do we go fish docks? I don't know. That was the first dock we threw at all week. Oh, I don't want to fish docks. Oh, I don't want to throw at them. All right, let's see when he gets rid of. What's possibly this one?
John Cox has had a great day so far. I mean, he is basically, you know, everybody has that buddy in high school that just wants to have a good time, and you're like, if you would ever take life serious, you know, you better get yourself together. Well, the less serious he takes things, it seems the better he does. And obviously he takes it serious, but a very relaxed, nimble competitor, Davey.
Yeah, he really is. We talked about it this morning at takeoff. He was the only angler, maybe I think I've ever seen, idle all the way to his starting spot. And it wasn't 10 yards from the off limits or the dock. He had to go across the creek, and he just idled over there. You know, it's just Championship Monday. $100,000 on the line. He idled over there, and that first fish that we saw here just a second ago was his first fish in the boat. I was out on the lake down in the Potato Creek area and saw John Cox there, Brandon Polnick, Drew Cook, a lot of Corey Johnson, a lot of the top 10 anglers have been fishing in there a good bit this week, and that's where he's at now. But it's so neat to hear him say that's the first dock I fished this week and caught what looked like a 3.5 pounder and said, I don't want to fish docks. He just wants to have fun, and he loves to sight fish. One of the best at it.
Well, maybe he's so relaxed because this is his third final round appearance this year. I mean, and that is a major reason, or the reason, that he is leading your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Now over to the guy who has led this tournament since day number one, Drew Cook. Every morning seems to slip down the leaderboard, but right about this time, ding, ding.
You see him shaking his rod. That means, yep. Oh. Haven't seen much of that from him. Every fish I can remember seeing him on live that he set the hook on, he put in the boat. That was a good solid fish that he certainly could use. Came off, you'll have that sometimes, especially when those fish are that shallow, the way that fish came out of the water so fast.
Caleb Kufal. Oh boy, hooked up live.
Woo! Yes. That's a good one. Man, first tree you come up to, that's 7. That has got to be 7. I think he's over 7. Just shy of 8.
Look at that fish. Unreal. Wow. This flat, man, has been good to me. Good to me. That's the 5th fish. We were just saying, 5th fish between like 6 and 8.5 pounds. Unreal. Dude, that's a toad. That is so cool.
That Skeeter Boat's Big Fish Alert. We got to watch it live.
7 pound, 12 ounce. That's the kind of, he's done that 2 of the 3 days. Catch those just monster bass and bringing them to the scales. Day 2 for him, it just really kind of, and he might win this. He catches 1 or 2 more like that, feel his limit. He certainly could win this. But gosh, you think about how good day 1 and day 3 were too, Caleb, and then to only have 4 fish to bring to the scales on day 2.
Has had a great event, a big bag on day number 1, but as you said, day 2 kind of was his struggle, and let's have a look back at that.
Yeah, it's really hard to explain. The one thing that, I talked to Caleb a little bit about it, the water was still real clear, and we had less wind that day. You can see there, not much chop on the water at all. And he just said, man, I could see the roots around those trees. I could see the bottom. I could just see too good, and I think that's why I wasn't able to catch these fish. Hasn't been sight fishing any this week so far, and most people have. Maybe that was a day. You can always look back. Hindsight's 20/20. Maybe that was a day where he could have done a little bit of that. But that's the fish that really saved him on day 2. But he has really, really got it done day 1 and day 3. This is day 3. The water had come up just a little bit more in that area that he was in on day 3, and you can see that a difference in the water clarity there. It got stained overnight, and boy, did he put on a show yesterday with a spinnerbait. Just absolutely incredible how many he had caught. Before that, they were all on a jig, and yesterday a spinnerbait was what really got him that 30-plus pound stringer. And you, like I say, you can really tell there's more chop on the water. There's more stain to the water, and that's why he was able to switch baits and do well. Surprised he hasn't already done a little better than he has this morning. Certainly that 8-pounder helps, but up until then it had been extremely slow for Caleb.
It's not often you weigh in 31 pounds, 4 ounces, and you don't even have the biggest bag of the day.
Absolutely incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
And today, this is a look at his day. Current weight, 17 pounds, 12 ounces. Got to know him a little bit on the dock this morning. I mean, he is the crystal fortress of solitude. I mean, won an Elite Series event, but we still don't know a lot about him. And so I told him, I want to talk to you about anything other than fishing. And I said, explain yourself to me away from the Elite Series. And he said, well, other than the Elite Series, I'm a pretty bland and boring guy. And I said, okay, well, what's your favorite movie? Jurassic Park. I mean, I thought, great, we're going to talk about dinosaurs. I said, which one? All of them. All of Jurassic Park are his favorite.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I decided to come to this area that has been probably my best area. I caught a 6.5 here yesterday, and I caught the majority of my weight on the first day here. And I think it was the second tree that I flipped at. That big one hit. It's a high 7s. It was like a 7.8 or something like that. So it's a good fish. So we're gonna just keep going on this flat and hopefully get a couple more of that same size. That's the plan anyway. So we got 4 in the box. We got 2 really little ones and 2 good ones. So we're looking for 3 more bites today.
And that's really the way you've got to look at it. Day one, when he had that big bag, he only had 8 bites. Yesterday, I did not talk to him about how many bites he actually got, but 29 pounds on day one with only 8 bites. And day two, a slow day, only had the 4 fish. So not a lot of bites, but you have to fish for those bigger fish. And it's not a deal where you're looking for a lot of bites. The biggest 5 you bring to the big stage with your big dreams.
Speaking of big, that is the word to represent him this week. The biggest bag of the tournament, a VMC Monster Bag by Luke Palmer. His biggest bag of largemouth he's ever weighed in. I mean, biggest bag of bass he's ever weighed in. I don't think he's weighed in smallmouth bigger.
No, I doubt it.
We got 5, I think. I think he'll be 5.
Keeper fish have to be over 14 inches,
number
obviously.
5. The giant. Those would have got 8 yesterday if they were in there. Like, you couldn't even put those in there for food. There's 2 of them there, and hell, and I decided to finally set the hook on it. He was out in the middle of the lake, showing it all to his buddies. Like, hey, look what I found, a little black and blue crawfish up here.
That measuring board, it didn't come into play yesterday, especially with this one.
It certainly did.
This is her. This is her. Gosh dang her so much.
You hear that line singing? That's like music to my ears.
This is her. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yes! Woo! Oh my God. Yes! Oh my God.
Had to work double time at the weigh-in yesterday. Normally, you know, I'm just moving the hole that makes the words, but me and our tournament director, Lisa Talmadge, helped him hold that entire limit up. 33 pounds, 5 ounces, a VMC Monster Bag of the tournament, and incredible. Incredible to, I mean, 2 bags over 30, a giant crowd.
There you go.
It was incredible.
Oh, what a morning it's been, and that doesn't mean a good thing. I went back to my primary area, and it just, I was really expecting a lot more to happen in there. I expected to see a lot more fish, but I think the wind, like I talked about, the wind's really hurt me. It's been blowing into my real shallow trees, and I got one looking at it. I'm kind of having a lot harder time being able to scope these trees too, because you got your waves bouncing you around and stuff like that, and it's just been tougher. And then, but a lot of them fish, I don't know if they left, if they were spawning originally when we got there yesterday, and they were, so maybe some of those that were there spawning may have left. So we had good temperatures yesterday, even though the wind blew and stuff, but that Saturday, when we were off, I think a lot of fish moved up and started going ahead and doing their thing. And because really only 1 or 2 of the fish that I originally seen were still there. And I was able to catch one of them, which has been my better fish this morning. It's a pretty solid fish. And there's another one sitting there with it. I just couldn't get her to bite. So we're going to go back and give that a shot. Here in just a little bit, maybe the sun coming up and maybe warming it up a little bit, it's gonna get them a little bit activated, and that way I can find me some 5 and 6, 7 pounders.
Two biggest bags yesterday, Luke Palmer and Caleb Kufal.
As Luke said there, here we go, Caleb. Looked up.
That's the limit, huh?
Caleb Kufal making moves here on a very rare championship Monday. That's 4 fish in the last hour.
Absolutely doing a great job here. Made a little move. He said where he started and expected to catch him was slow, but pulled up here on this flat. And the second tree fish caught one just shy of 8 pounds.
Making big moves. Only 10 anglers remain in our fields in a few short hours, 3.5 hours to be exact. Woo! We will crown our third Elite Series champion of 2022. But do not fret. Caleb Kufal will continue to make moves up that leaderboard. He's our unofficial leader right now. But lots of fishing time left here on Santee Cooper Lakes. And as we saw yesterday afternoon, when they start biting, it seems to happen for everyone. New leader in our Yeti hot seat, Caleb Kufal in the lead. Weigh-in this afternoon at 3:30. A lot of fishing left to come up here in the next few hours. And a little birdie just told me Drew Cook just found a big female.
Oh boy.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Welcome back to Clarendon County, South Carolina. A very rare championship Monday. This 4-day event took us 5 days to get here, but man, was it ever worth it. Finally here, Championship Sunday, and look at our brand new leader, Caleb Kufal, who had a giant day 1 in this tournament, kind of struggled come day 2, but since then it has been all Kufal and a bag over 30 pounds yesterday. He loves Jurassic Park. I mean, he's a big fan of Jurassic Park, Davey.
Yeah, it's a little surprising when I heard him say that this morning. But and what part of Jurassic Park? Which dinosaur? All of them. He loved all of them, no doubt.
Yeah.
So it's just absolutely great to watch Caleb catch him on day 1. Had almost 30 pounds. Had a little over 30 pounds yesterday. But day 2 was his slow day, if you want to call 17 pounds slow. Today started off like that. It was slow for him until just about 30 minutes ago. He caught this fish just a little shy of 8 pounds. Just a few minutes later, caught this fish, put 4 fish in a live well in about an hour, which gives him the lead here today. But a lot of fishing to go, and we are starting to see exactly what we thought we would see. Once that sun got up about midday, we're going to see the leaderboard do some changing, in my opinion, big time here in the next couple hours.
Caleb Kufal also quite fond of hockey and baseball.
All of them.
And khakis.
See him here yesterday, caught most of his fish on a sprinter bait. Today, when we've seen him land those fish here, especially in the last hour, they've been on a jig. Oh, here we go again. I hear that line sing. I know what that means. It's another big one.
Get in the boat, buddy. All right, we're gonna get out of the woods here. All right, that's a good one.
Fish will definitely help him. Smallest fish, 2 pounds even.
That's a good one.
I'd say that's a good one. It's going to extend his lead by quite a bit.
He's going to need it too, because you can't, I mean, we're not going to, there's no way possible that we can't break 100 today, is there?
Oh, no. It's going to happen.
Quarter.
I don't stick my neck out on a line like that very often, especially a lake that I'm supposed to know a little bit about, but we'll definitely take 100 pounds to win this tournament. see. Yesterday, most of his fish on a spinnerbait. Today, the ones we've seen here that he's taken the lead with have been on a jig. This fish almost 5 pounds, and the smallest fish was 2 pounds, so almost a 3-pound upgrade here when he already had a lead. So should put him at about a 4 or 5 pound lead.
It's kind of fitting, you know, not a big aggressive lead, just kind of a
bite.
Yeah,
you know,
not impressive
mild.
here. Skeeter boats, big fish alert. Oh boy. Brandon Cobb, 6 pound, 9 ounce.
Well, every area has been different. This particular area, I think, is just a big spawning flat, and the trees are just kind of spread out. There's no real, you know, deeper trees, shallower trees in this area. So I'm pretty much fishing it all. And the last couple days, I mean, it really hasn't mattered, or doesn't seem to matter whether they're on the outside or inside. You know, you just gotta fish them all, and you know, I'm getting bit on just on different ones every day. So just cover them all, fish them all, and see what happens. Hopefully one of them or more have fish on it. So those bigger ones seem to be gravitating towards these types of areas though. Like that big one I caught on the second day. Same type of deal, big open flat with scattered trees on it. Those are a little bit more isolated, but obviously just spawning habitat, you know. Those big females move up, and several of them, I think just by the way they've bit that they're probably on a bed. Others, you know, it's hard to tell. I can't see the bottom. I can't see anything that's going on down there, so. But the majority have been, I mean, pre-spawn. They're all pretty fat. They're just pulling up from deep water.
Caleb Kufal, your unofficial tournament leader. Also just about 3 pounds away from being our first angler to cross the century mark. Did you ever get one of those, Davey? Did you ever get a century belt?
I did not. I did not.
Well, sorry to
disappointing.
bring it up.
Now that you've bring back bad memories, the most weight I ever caught in a Bassmaster tournament was 87 pounds.
Yeah, should be full down.
And that was in 3 days. Falcon Lake. I did not make the cut. I certainly would have broken the 100-pound mark there, but I did not get to fish the fourth day. I finished like 14th or 15th with 87 pounds for 3 days. I just needed 13 pounds to break it on a full day fishing at Falcon Lake. But
I've always wondered, because I mean, it was no different than when you were fishing. I mean, you guys lied to people the day before the tournament, but whether it's superstition or whatever, nobody wants to act like they're on them. After that pre-fish at that first Falcon Lake event, when everybody's hands were all scarred up, like, what did you guys say? I'm catching them, but they're just small ones.
Yeah, they're not big enough. They're just 5 and 6 pounders. It was an incredible tournament, no doubt about it. And here we take it for granted here too. I mean, to 100 pounds, to average over 25 pounds a day for 4 straight days is, you know, I'm certainly not the only one in their career that didn't reach 100 pounds. It's just so hard to do. Did I catch over 25 pounds in a day? A lot of times, but to do it 4 days in a row is really tough.
Well, you got to make all the right moves, and the guy who's made the right moves so far, Caleb Kufal, your unofficial tournament leader. This is your VMC on point, and he is definitely on point here on Championship Monday.
Yeah, you see Caleb Kufal here. Slow start this morning. Not the right size that he needs to have a chance to get over that 100 pounds that I really think it would take to win today. But then just in the last hour and a half, Caleb Kufal has put now 5 fish in the boat that is giving him the lead, giving him a little over 20 pounds, just a few pounds shy of the 100-pound mark.
That's a good one.
This one here being the biggest one of the day for him so far, 7-pound, 12-ounce. Certainly helps him a lot, and just a few minutes later, he catches this fish. It's just a little shy of 5 pounds. Was able to cull out a 2-pounder. You'll see here in a second. Nope, we didn't get to see that. But he's the big story with Caleb is in the last hour and a half, it's been really good for him. But I'm going to say he's far from over. He's going to get rid of that 2.8. Maybe this was a little before the 2-pound call. But Caleb Kufal, 23 pounds even on the day, and I'm saying he's not anywhere near done. He'll get over 100 pounds, and hopefully a few other guys will also.
Total weight right now, unofficially, 96 pounds, 14 ounces. And that a good look at your VMC on point with your tournament leader, Caleb Kufal. The guy's trying to do something very rare. Go back-to-back at a particular event at totally opposite times of the year. The prodigy, Brandon Palnick.
He's bigger than I thought he was. If he's that big, those other two that are swimming around are way bigger. I'm glad I caught him. Yeah. I mean, the other two are way bigger than that. He's not a giant, but he's a 3 3/4. Gives us a limit.
Just out on the lake a couple hours ago watching him fish 100 yards offshore. He's really mixed it up more than anyone else we've seen this week on live.
There's one first.
Brandon Palnick trying to go back-to-back, not in years, but in event locations. Oh, my favorite part of the day, Davey Height. You know I love it. Striker Daily Trivia. Here's the question. Of 35 state species records, how many have come from Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie? A, 5, B, 7, C, 10, D, 15. Davey, where are you going with that, you think?
Oh, I might have to wait till we come back.
Oh, I hate when he does that.
Think on that a minute.
We'll have our answer when we come back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Striker Daily Trivia. We left you with the question. And I'm excited about this, Davey. I mean, I'm undefeated at Striker Daily Trivia at this event. So I'm going to put my undefeated title on the line with you here. Striker Daily Trivia. Of 35 state species records, how many have come from Lake Marion and Lake Moultrie? A, 5, B, 7, C, 10, D, 15. Davey Height, I'm a gentleman, so I'll let you go first.
It's just such two great fisheries. I'm gonna go heavy. I'm gonna go D15.
I'm gonna go B7. Feel like I'm calling bingo, but your Striker Daily Trivia answer is B7. I am undefeated. My streak has continued of useless knowledge and great guesses.
That's really surprising that it's only 7. It really is. Very surprising to me.
Shocks me that a proud South Carolinian like yourself would not know that.
Well, I just overestimated because it's such great lakes. I just wanted to think 15.
Yeah. It'll probably be that by the end of the day. But speaking of the end of the day, we talked about how our leaderboard's going to continue to change. And if you look right there, Brandon Polinick, his brand new unofficial leader, took the lead away from this guy, Caleb Kufal, an Elite Series champion from Lake Gunnersville, trying to do something very rare, become a 2-time Elite Series champion in just as many years.
Know exactly where he's at and exactly what he's doing. He's not done today, I can promise you.
Nailed it, Davey.
Not good at trivia, though.
We all have our talents. You can clearly see Caleb Kufal's talent here. And remember, his smallest is 2 pounds, and he is only about 3 pounds, 2 ounces away from the Century Club.
So he's going to get rid of the 2-pounder, and he's got another one that's just 2.8 in there. Is that correct? I think so.
Come on.
I think that's right. So he's got a lot of room to grow, really.
3.5. One's fatter.
Have a look at that again.
See the stained water that's just gotten this color in the last few days. We had all those rains just right before practice started on Sunday. And a little bit Sunday night, I think it was, but it took it a few days to get down on the lower end of Lake Moultrie, and that's really helped Caleb Kufal. Majority of the fish on a jig.
Inching closer, 98.6. Trying to chase one of the few titles that Davey Height did not accomplish in
He's going to get
illustrious Hall of Fame
I would
career.
If he makes it back to weigh-in safely, he will have over 100 pounds. I'm going to just go out on a limb right there. He's going to have several more shots as this day progresses. He's not the only one. I don't see him bringing back that 2.5 pounder in his live well. Not at all.
Over half the day done, but as you made the point when we were on break, Davey, if you had to trade halves, although the longer part is past,
yes,
you'd rather have these next 3 hours.
Yes, I would trade these 3 hours for the previous 5. And I think most of these anglers we have here in the 4 box, Brandon Polinick, Luke Palmer, Drew Cook, Caleb Kufal, they would probably agree, especially the way the wind has really laid down now. Really laying down. Bright sun, and it was chilly this morning.
Yeah.
41 degrees.
You know what's funny? I always think that, Davey. I'll stand on the dock and think how chilly it is. And then I fly home, get out of the airport and walk towards my car and realize it wasn't chilly at all. Did hear that Drew Cook had found a big female. Does look like he is working one right now. Over to Corey Johnston. He'll feel the frigid air of Canada in a few short hours himself.
Corey's been very consistent this week. He's done a great job. Hasn't really had any big giant fish. It looked like most of his fish he's weighed in have been big males all week.
And yet again, he's in the top 10 for our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
In the mouth.
Nice.
Ugh. 3 something.
The sigh of frustration while the rest of his countrymen are watching it and wishing I would just love to set the hook on something that is not through a hole that I have to drill. Corey Johnston continues to catch him here on Championship Monday, but atop the leaderboard, Caleb Kufal once again. Moments ago, Palnick took the lead, and now Kufal back in the lead with 98 pounds, 6 ounces. They all inch closer and closer to this century mark. But atop that leaderboard, Caleb Kufal, 98 pounds, 6 ounces, and 3 hours left to fish. Caleb Kufal, we asked him what it would take to win.
31 pounds, 4 ounces. I don't know, looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be an exciting day. It's going to take a ton of weight to win this thing. You know, Friday was a really bad day for me. You know, if I could have just gotten one more bite or, you know, just upgraded my bag just a little bit, I'd be, you know, right there. But, you know, for me to win this thing, it would take just, you know, probably 30 to 35 pounds. So it's going to be that good tomorrow.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Getting ready to roll into the last 3 hours of fishing here in this terrific place, the Santee Cooper Lakes for the GuaranteedRate.com Bassmaster Elite, Clarendon County, South Carolina. A lot of things have been happening. 11:30 seems to be the witching hour for this particular body of water. It certainly was yesterday, and about that time today, things really started moving, especially for one Caleb Kufal. Won last season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, his second season out here, looking to win again in his third season.
Yeah, it's fair to say that we needed the Dave and Davey show to kick off the party here on Championship Monday. And I'll tell you, Tommy, one of the things that we opened with this morning, really looking at the top 4 anglers in our top 10, we talked about it really the first half hour. It almost felt like whoever caught the biggest stringer, one of those scary 30-pound bags, was going to hold the trophy. Well, we got to see one of those flurries that we got to see yesterday. Caleb Kufal going to get out to one of those anglers that had a flurry on semifinal Sunday with Luke Palmer.
His limit today, 10 pounds, 11 ounces, about a third of what he caught yesterday.
Yeah.
Gosh dang. That'll help.
This was wild.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, I got him damn tongue. Shoot.
We heard that fish streaking right there. Almost thought it was one of those giants that he had connected with on semifinal Sunday. And really, Tommy, to break something down with Kufal and Palmer for that matter, fishing really from Rocks Pond over to Utah Springs. And this is what we've seen on this lake right now, especially with the guys that have been fishing, not looking at them, but fishing, is Caleb Kufal had 13 pounds at 1 o'clock on day 1 and then catches a giant stringer, a miserable day 2, only 4 bass. But you got to see that yesterday with his 3/8 ounce War Eagle spinnerbait. When you get around the right set of cypress trees right now, and Davey's talked about it, Davey knows these exact trees that Kufal's on. Man, when one of those schools comes up, or a group of fish that decide to start biting, it is insane how quickly you can load the boat right now.
It was interesting to listen to Caleb a few minutes ago talk about what he thought this place was. He says, yeah, it's not only the stand of trees, it's a spawning flat. I mean, this is...
Yes.
That the trees are incidental to that.
You know, and really if you really watch from day number one, he fished really the outer trees, the trees closest to the main lake, 3 to 4 feet of water. Yesterday, caught that giant stringer, on shallow trees inside of those isolated main lake trees. And really, it's been a two-prong approach. That 3/8 ounce War Eagle spinner bait, and then that homemade half-ounce jig that we have seen in tournaments past, Lure Parts Online salty chunk, and that's it. Bass Pro Shops Top Lures has been 2 baits all week long, and it's really been interesting to see how he has transitioned on a lot of the same cypress trees with those 2 lures right there. Bass Pro Shops Top Lures, Caleb Kufal.
Such, did you ever figure out if any of our century belts have been given to people for less than 20 fish?
No, I haven't been able to dig that up.
Okay.
I don't think that's been done, Tommy.
No, it'd be Kufal would be the first with 4 fish on day 2 if he, in fact, gets it done.
Okay.
And right now he needs a 4-pound 2-ouncer. We'll get him there.
I'm with Davey. I'm putting money on it right now. Kufal's he's gonna crack that century mark.
And Drew Cook just needs 2 fish going 8 to take back the lead and get 100 pounds too.
For 2 bites yet.
He's on 3 fish.
Caleb, they're checking on you live. What have you been throwing on these trees this week?
I've been throwing a half-ounce homemade jig, green pumpkin, the collar, 2.75 inch salty craw chunk from Lure Parts Online. Also green pumpkin. And then yesterday I was throwing a spinnerbait a lot. Mostly a War Eagle, then I did go to a Booyah culvert in the afternoon. But I'll show you what it looks like. Here you go. Fairly small profile.
Got a little interruption in service right there. Momentary, we assume. Caleb Kufal. He get it back pretty quick, though. He's catching some fish here.
You know, and another thing about this tournament, Tommy, if you rewind to 2006, when Preston Clark won that tournament, it basically, the top 10 of that event was, look, when they lock on beds here, it is so incredibly hard to compete fishing, just fishing. I don't think anybody in that top 10 was, I mean, everybody was eye spying, and this has been one of those tournaments that, yep, sight fishing has dominated, and wouldn't you know, Luke Palmer and obviously Caleb Kufal, your unofficial leader. Kufal hasn't looked at one all week long.
Really just basic and simple.
Yeah,
obviously
not
still catches them.
Yeah, not to say that those bass are not spawning, but dude, to catch 100 pounds in a sight fishing tournament, not looking at them, that's pretty darn impressive. Really keep your eye on Polinick here too. Polinick getting out of that general area that Drew Cook and him have shared all week long. And taking a look at Polinick, he's in a lot of the stomping grounds that we got to see late yesterday with Clifford Perch. Perch.
Male. Well. Maybe that female will get up there and do right. 3-pounder. I need something to go on that side. Need something to go on the other side.
Fish number 4 for Drew Cook.
So the bed that I'm fishing right now, I can't really, I can't see. I can never see that fish. I've seen the female like 3 times. One time she followed my bait all the way to the boat. And I mean, I had one of them bite it like 3 or 4 times, but just bite it and let it go. But one of them bit it then, swam off with it. It was the male, but hopefully that female gets up there and we can catch her too.
Well, you get a really good look at that 4 box right there of the north end of this lake where they spawn, the environment they want to be around, shallow vegetation, gator grass, pads, to where you look at Polinick and Cook on the north side of Marion. You look at Kufal, Luke Palmer, what they want to spawn on, with what's available to them. Pretty much just cypress trees. That really shows the difference of the north side of Marion and the south side.
Drew Cook now just under 4 pounds. Back of the leader, Caleb Kufal. Polinick just 14 ounces.
Yeah,
back of
one fish
Kufal.
away from having a decent bag today.
Caleb has made one other cut this year. That would be the St. Johns River, and he made it right on the line.
Who is that, Tommy?
Caleb Kufal.
Kufal, yeah.
Yeah. Caleb currently ranking 42nd in progressive AOI points. Polinick 4th, Cook 5th.
Really, that 4 box right there was obviously the story coming into Championship Monday, and 4 great anglers to cover right there, on and off the water. Boy, Drew Cook has been AB today, man. He has been all business.
tight on it, your stuff moves, and it's like one's trying to swim off with your bait.
$28 pounds separating this top 10 out here right now.
Wow,
that's about as big as it gets on a championship Sunday or Monday.
Weird as it gets.
It's strange.
Remember, Kufal's win was the second largest margin. It was like 17 pounds, 14 ounces at Gunnersville.
Yeah.
He just blew doors.
Shut down, blowout.
It looks like something's up there, but.
Just feel like, I was just going to say it with Kufal.
Get in the boat, buddy. Yeah, boy. That's a call. Woo! All right. That's a 4.5, probably.
That'd do it.
Oh, Such.
He needs a 4-2.
4 3/4. All right.
Welcome to the Century Club. Ding, ding, ding.
Welcome to the
Slow but
jungle.
sure, we're getting there.
Somewhere Ronnie Moore just punched a wall.
He just sent us a text saying that Santee will now break a tie with Amistad and Fork with 6 entries into the Century Club. His now has 7. He gets it back and weighs them in.
Sure, man.
Gosh, did it on 19 bass, too. Ay, ay, ay.
That's something.
And there's still 2 hours of fishing left.
Such.
Oh, boy, this was a good stop today coming up here.
Hasn't come across Bass Track yet, so it's not unofficially official.
That's right. Don't be so sure of yourself till it's unofficial, Such.
Unofficially official.
Yeah.
Officially unofficial?
Yeah, sit down, boy.
Yeah, sit down there.
Man, to do that and not be looking at him, that's impressive. That is very impressive.
Somebody said they're going to get 100 pounds on a spinnerbait, and you wouldn't have believed him, maybe?
Not after the first day when the majority of those big bags came sight fishing. No, I would not have thought that at all. I guess I didn't think that would hold out, especially, dude, his Friday was, I mean, anybody that's watching on Bassmaster.com, if they were with us Friday, his day was painful.
Oh, yeah, it was deflating.
He had a 6.8.
Right.
It was his big fish.
But, I mean, Tommy, you can attest to this. If you'd have said this guy was going to go on to catch 100 pounds after Friday,
no.
You would have lost a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now, boy. Go on now.
Get out of here. Get serious. Uh-oh. What?
100 pounds. Skeeter boats. Caleb Kufal, 100 pounds.
And you kind of watch his demeanor yesterday and you watch it today. He's just that kind of dude that never see it coming in this event, you know?
Mm-hmm.
He's got 26.12 on Bass Track. He came in today needing 26.2. And he is leading the event.
His best line was 10 minutes ago. If I can make one more call, we'll have a decent bag. Right.
Just getting some footage in that we're all interested to see. Another guy having a big day is Brandon Cobb. Started in 10th place. Now he's up to 18 pounds on the strength of stuff like this.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
You need to rewind that bite. Oh my gosh.
She came out of nowhere. That was crazy. I don't even know where she came from. I didn't see her the first time. I think there's 2 females there. I think one's like 3 pounds. She is 6'9". That was weird, but I'll take it. I didn't see her a while ago. Yeah, I think the other one's a little bit smaller than her.
Check out this bite right here. Oof.
Wow.
Oof. That was a great fish catch. You know, Tommy, something I'm not going to agree with. You know, I heard Mercer was popping off pretty good at the mouth about how cold it was up in Canada. But I'm at the Northern HQ.
Yeah.
It is 70 degrees up here. Now, it's going to be horrible after today. True story, though, looking at this with Brandon Cobb. Our lakes were frozen up here a week ago, okay? Our lakes were frozen
Yeah, I didn't catch her.
during our midday break.
She might be bigger than 5, but she's 5 at least. Oh. You got him now.
Oh, now.
Like that, you got 4.
Yeah. About what I thought. Two something maybe.
Good stuff right there.
You went out at lunch and...
no joke. The lake was frozen a week ago. I went out at lunch. There was a dozen already on our boat dock.
Oh my God.
Dozen bass. Not kidding.
Wow.
Dead serious.
Back out to Luke Palmer. Luke with a limit, but no giants.
A couple of really small ones. He got rid of one of his 1 pound 2 ounce, and he's got one left and a 110.
That'll never help.
Oh, he's caught a lot of male fish.
Glad she didn't
today.
come off.
That one might be a female.
I thought she was gonna come off as she was in that stuff. Dang it. Definitely helps. This is heavy. Okay, those are all my better ones there. I got that one that's just a
Oh, man.
Koofall hooked up again.
Yes.
Got to beat 3.5.
Might do it.
That's another good one, man. All right, I'm gonna have to weigh all these now. Five even.
Looks like that one's going to help. A little bit of extra for Caleb Koofall, still chipping away at these guys with more than a couple of hours fishing time left. In pretty good position right now.
Yeah, we have got a new tournament now, man.
Oh.
Caleb Koofall, unbelievable last 2 hours.
He's completely reset it right now. In pursuit now, Brandon Polinick. In pursuit, Drew Cook. Yeah, it is a new tournament. We'll be getting back underway with you here in just a couple of minutes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
2.5 hours fishing time left here at the Santee Cooper Lakes. And if I told you, if I said to you, hey, fishing trips with the likes of Mark Zona, Davey Height, prizes, money, all of this is a possible consequence of you joining up and doing something that is just fun and engrossing and just plain good use of your time if you're a fishing fan. In my opinion, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. You can pick your team today or the next tournament. As a matter of fact, Chickamauga, get with the program,
Tommy,
play it all out through the rest of the season.
I got to ask you, what does it feel like to be #1 on planet Earth right now in fantasy fishing? Like, what does it feel like?
I know. That's what I was this morning. I don't know if I am right now, but we won't have the final tally till this afternoon. If Drew Cook holds on, I've maybe got a chance to wind up there. But we're a long way from there. Yeah, it feels awfully bizarre.
All he's been talking about all day, Z. The breaks,
Sure.
that's all he's...
No, it's not. I talked about a couple other things. When are we going to eat, being one of them?
Well, we finally got a little lull in the action. Boy, that MSU game went right according to schedule, Tommy, last night. I don't know if you got to see
No,
it.
I did not get to see that.
So close. So doggone close. But that Coach K, boy, he is a nemesis to the Sparty.
Yeah, he's mean to Sparty.
Well, you wonder what's going through Drew Cook's mind right now.
There's a clock ticking in there somewhere, I would imagine.
There's no doubt.
I heard him yesterday say he knew he was losing ground. But he's one bite away from the lead, and it all go to his weight. 4 fish.
You got to think in his mind, he needs at least 10 more pounds.
Fish.
I mean, Koofall to catch right now on Bass Track, 28 pounds, 4 ounces. He's got an 8.0 in there, 5.12, 5.0, and a couple 4.12s. 102 pounds, 2 ounce total. Balmic's got a really good bag, 21.2, a 212. Needs a 5.4. Get to 100 and like a 7-pounder to catch Koofall.
Where does it go?
And you could see on that south end of the lake between Rocks Pond and Utah Springs, you could see the difference in the watercolor from where Luke Palmer is. You get closer to the dam, see how that water kind of clears up closer to the main lake near the dam where Caleb Koofall has been today. And again, these anglers this morning were within 50 to 100 yards of each other.
Oh yeah, they spot each other frequently.
All right, T, let's take and see what we can do.
What?
Yeah. Really, we can kind of trench in right now in our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Pat Schlopper, the only one in our top 10 fishing down on Lake Moultrie. And really the story of the entire week as you look at Lake Marion right here has been from Utah Springs for the most part towards the dam, and really our takeoff in Takaw, John C. Land boat landing to the dam, and really Potato Creek, Waibu, where you see Craig Hackney right now. Your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake has been the lower end for the most part, whether it's the south end of Lake Marion or the north end. But really for the first 3 days, not as much today. Potato Creek was the biggest player. And if you talk to a lot of the locals, guys like Ken Ellis won so many tournaments here, they said it could not hold up for 4 days. And so far today, a little bit of the case. Back out to Caleb Koofall live. That was your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. That is exactly what I'm talking about, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah. Laid it all out for us here.
Ooh. Man, these trees are gnarly, aren't they?
You got to watch out for hornet nests in those too. We saw a couple in our photo galleries before the event began. Some monster hornet nests in those trees.
There's places for a fish to spawn in these places. And go back there.
Caleb from Mukwonago, Wisconsin, a suburb of Milwaukee.
Did you say Ashwaubenon?
No, not Ashwaubenon.
No, that's up. No, I'm sorry.
Up near
that's
the Bay
up
of
by
Green Bay.
Sturgeon Bay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Tommy.
Right. Yeah. Not Ashwaubenon.
He lives with his parents. We had Dave Mercer trying to get him a girlfriend yesterday at the weigh-in.
What?
I talked with Caleb about that because he brought it up last year when he won that Gunnersville tournament. I asked him this week. I said, "What's the situation?" He said, "We're still hopeful," which is good.
All right.
I called him up after the Gunnersville win, and he was just getting home. And he told me he lived with his parents. Let me tell his story, Z. And I told him about Austin Felix. same neck of the woods, kind of these upper Midwest guys. And he lives with his parents, and they're both in their mid-30s. And I wrote a story on Austin Felix as Rookie of the Year, and you know, that he's not there a lot. He's on the road 6 weeks at a time, and so he just, you know.
Why buy a house you're not going to be there to enjoy?
Yeah, right? Exactly. So he still, you know, hangs out at his parents' house. And I said, so it's not like a Wedding Crashers scene where, hey, Mom, the meatloaf. So I tell this to Caleb Kufal, and he says, you know what's funny? He was getting home for the celebration. He family over. His mom had everybody. That, you know, he brought his trophy. He says, you know what's funny? We're having meatloaf.
Oh, be darn.
Exactly. Tommy, and you know this, I lived with Al and Bonnie till I was 44.
Oh, yeah, yeah. A well-known fact. Fun fact.
Now he's back on his backside of the tree. Gosh, dang it.
Suit, you're awesome.
Mom, the meatloaf. Oh. Remember that?
Nah, he's still gonna bite.
Will Ferrell.
He's got it. He's not as big as I thought he was, but
he's, you know,
in the mouth. She never showed back up, but he's a lot bigger than a 111.
Yeah. Get you close to 20.
Thought he was 3.5. I think he's about 3 1/4. Number 2. Oh, never mind. He's 3'11".
3'11".
20 pounds.
All right. Yeah. Perfect.
Number 2.
Brandon Cobb, the
Day
guy who
one,
knows the.
I kind of 7-something back here, and I left it. Oh man, I finally got a freaking lucky bite. Finally got a lucky bite. Got some belt, baby. Come on, baby. 3.5. Yeah.
Cook sneaking up on that Century belt.
Take it, Such. Take it. Tell us about it. This is your
we're
wheelhouse.
Mercury. Dare to compare. Looking at the big bags of the week. Day 1, Drew Cook, 31.13. Josh Douglas, day 2, 28.2. Luke Palmer with that VMC Monster bag, 33.5. And Kufal right now at 28.4 is leading on Championship Monday.
Mercury dare to compare. And I'll tell you, dare to compare that meatloaf story with Austin Felix. Ooh. The payoff was off the charts. Such hammered it right there.
Yep.
Really, JB, I nailed it, man. This tournament would go up in weight as we have gone along. And finally, Drew Cook catching his 5 bass limit and getting a lucky bite. Just kind of fishing along right there. Still a lot of time left on the clock for Drew Cook to sort of turn the tide here on Championship Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Mercury dare to compare.
He can do it with one
stump out here.
One swing of the rod.
I got a 4-pounder on it. I mean, I feel better, but I don't feel. I mean, I've got to catch. I've got to catch more, without a doubt. We're closer than we were a few minutes ago, but you know, we still got. We're one bite away. If we can catch us one, you know, one big one, we'll be where we need to be. I mean, I've got one that's not even a 3-pounder in there, so
if we could find us one of those 7-pounders, it'd be nice. It'd get us where we need to be. We still got time, so we're gonna keep hunting.
Well, you can hear it. He doesn't know, but he absolutely knows.
I can't pass that one up.
Yeah, he knows there's more work to be done, and there is more work to be done for Drew Cook. He wants to go wire to wire.
Time for him to dare to compare, Tommy Sanders.
Yeah, that's right.
I love
Maybe
that
time for us
sponsor
all
element.
to
I
dare
really
to
do.
compare. Sooner or later, we all have to. Caleb Kufal on
almost,
top. He's got the
makes
belt. Drew Cook, Brandon Pollock. Saw Brandon Cobb put a couple of good ones. He's a guy who knows the fit and feel of a century belt as well. He's caught 114 pounds once on Lake Fork. What's happening next? We'll be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Final day of 4 days of fishing, this third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Clarendon County, South Carolina, and the Santee Cooper Lakes couldn't ask for a better host. This is one of the bass fishing capitals of the world here, and these folks in Clarendon County pretty much go out of their way to make bass fishing the sport itself, to lift it up and to make everyone interested in bass fishing feel welcome. They certainly helped out when the weather intervened this week, and fears of really severe weather postponed the semifinal round from Saturday to Sunday. Speaking of weather, there's your TH Marine Weather Watch. The current conditions here on this actually beautiful Monday. Perfect room temperature, 71 degrees. Be 45 degrees tonight, a little cooler than it has been recently. Sunny and calm.
Tommy, that calm, though, has not... It's starting to wind down a little bit, but we have had wind the majority of this championship Monday.
Yep. A steady wind. No waves or anything, but, you know, enough to break up the surface and make that sight fishing a little more challenging.
If one of them would be just so kind to bite. Just gave it the stink eye. I see a tail. Mm-hmm. There was one in there. I saw a little dark tail. Where'd it go, though?
Drew Cook and Brandon Polnick all pretty much knotted up, 4 pounds behind our leader, Caleb Kufal.
And really, if you looked at the
Something swimming out of there, but I can't see anymore.
footage on Friday and semifinal Sunday, this is when this lake would absolutely explode
we're in an area
especially
where
a lot of those
there have
late
been some
flights.
really big ones. And so I figured I'd slide in here and look. And I didn't get a look at how big this one was, but I kind of just saw a little tail. Well, not a very little tail, pretty good sized tail in the right on the edge of the hay grass. But I just can't see in there. I need to move that little piece of hyacinth, get it out of my way. I mean, we've got a good bag for anywhere else except for Santee this time of year. We got a little over 21. I mean, I need 2 giant bites. Caught that first 6.5 this morning, and I was like, man, I just need 4 more bites. Just haven't been able to come across 4 of the right ones. I mean, if this is the fish I was thinking it was, it should be like a 5-pounder, but I don't know if he's still up there or not. What is that massive thing? That's gotta be a gar cruising. Too skinny. I wish I could see this one again. Know that he was in. Oh, I just saw a tail. Dang it. Of course he swims through the bed when I look away. I just caught the end of his tail going out the other direction. Yeah, he's got to be sitting over here on the left-hand side somewhere. He just moved inside that bed right there. It's got to be him sitting right there. Yeah, that was him. Why are you not biting? That's gotta be him. How big is he? I think it's a giant one. Please. Yeah, she was mighty close then. Scared two of them. Hey, what the heck did I do? Got so muddy in here. Dude, if just one of these things would freaking bite.
Well, you know, if you've hung with us on Bassmaster Live the last few days with Drew Cook, when you hear that sound, when he starts machine gunning and tapping that rod, for the most part, that is when it's gone down, when he has found one on a bed.
On it.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, it's so dirty in here. Why'd it get so dirty? They're both. The smallest one and one of the big ones are on the stump. Saw the pollen or something.
Corey Johnston. Corey's still with 2 fish.
Thank you, ma'am. That's the ones we're hunting for. Bigger than 5. 5.5, maybe? Yeah, between 5 and 6.
That is what has happened every day of this tournament this time of day,
There
when
you
those
go.
skies get really high. And Wind starts to lighten up a little bit. And really one thing to watch over Corey Johnston's shoulder right there, and heard Drew Benton say this, those smaller, really small cypress trees, those little knee highs that had a lot of really big sightfish caught on them the last 24 hours. That is a giant for Corey Johnston with a unusually slow day so far, but I can promise he hasn't stopped on a bunch of small ones today. He knows he's going to need a gigantic bag, and there's one of them he would need. Good one for Corey.
Moves him from 9th all the way up to 7th place, and still 24 pounds behind our leader.
Say that again.
24 pounds behind our leader.
Bad, but
got it.
This little mat here. So they're around. They're pulling up. There's probably a good chance that there's a bed around this, under this mat.
Ooh.
Good check
sneak
out,
across the
yeah.
lake. Yeah. Drew Bent, who he was threatening, Tommy. He was threatening us that he was going to head on down to Lake Moultrie, still on the bottom end of Lake Marion. Pretty good look at one right there, Bassmaster line.
Fixing to catch that male, see what she does.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
A zoo.
I just went ahead and caught the male. See if she gets up there. She's 3 times the size of this. Three quarter, 3 1/4.
It's 4 fish for Drew Benton.
I just rolled up on a pair, one really big one, and then that male. And I mean, we're just running short on time, so I went ahead and caught him, see what she does. She swam up there on the bed a couple times since I've been sitting here. We'll see if she gets up there now. Usually, one of 2 things gonna happen. Either she's gonna swim off and try to find another male, or she'll pull right up there. We'll see what she does. I've had it go both ways this week.
Keep it down, kids. Man trying to sight fish over here.
Exactly. It's the Utah Springs Scott Farkas up there.
It could be. It could well be. John Cox on the move. All of these guys are going to have to start making moves pretty soon. Big battle is at the top of our leaderboard. Who is going to emerge as the champion? We're at the 3rd stop of the year of the Bassmaster Elite Series. It has been a great tournament for Caleb Kufal, who sits atop that leaderboard right now. 4 pounds back. We find Brandon Polinick and Drew Cook. More to come.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Last couple of hours of fishing here. Final day of the tournament. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes, Clarendon County, South Carolina. Started the day. Drew Cook trying to go wire to win this thing. Held the lead for a while, fell out of the lead, regained. Right now he is trailing our leader. He's in second place to Caleb Kufall. Caleb Kufall, who has already collected, unofficially, a Century belt. At least he's collected the coupon for it.
Oh, boy.
Come on, buddy. He might help. Yes. I think it'll help.
Just come back.
I think it'll help. Where'd I put my scale? There it is. Oh yeah, 5.5. And I'll go for number 3.
Five and a half, that's 29 pounds even on the day, 102 pounds, 14 total.
Well, that's going to put Kufall, I believe his smallest now in his live well is either right at 5 or just under 5 pounds. All his work done with a half-ounce homemade jig. And you got to kind of talk about this now. Drew Cook's been in the driver's, not kind of, but Drew Cook has been in the driver's seat all event long. If Drew Cook loses this tournament, he just got beat. You know, and it's so, listen, we've talked about this at end. It is so hard to win an Elite Series tournament doing this for 4 days. And he's really done it for 4 days in about a half-mile stretch of Lake Marion.
We need one more. One more. Got an hour. We just got to find one locked. That's all we need. You gotta be kidding me. Whoa. I don't know what that one was, but that one's definitely bigger. Where'd that one come from? Oh. He bit it. I was looking for the other one. And he bit it. It's not as big as I thought. As big as I was hoping for. Dang it. There's a much bigger one than that. There's a 5 or 6 pounder went swimming off. Not gonna help. I like those one flippers though.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Is that one that you saw first?
Yeah, that's the one I saw. I don't know where that other one came from or where it went though, but it was the right size. I picked up, my line was swimming off. Where'd that other one go? Like came from out here somewhere. I might have just seen one down in there. I bet you that's where she came from. It was right there. Or maybe a male down there. She go.
Yeah, I wish I'd have seen that crap yesterday.
Well, the last hour of Bassmaster Live has been the best by far for the majority of your sight fishing throughout this tournament. And if there is ever a time Brandon Polinick or Drew Cook needs to roll up on a big one, both of them one bite from taking over the man that has done his job today, Caleb Kufall. It is going to be an interesting 60 minutes here on Bassmaster Live.
Caleb wanting the clock to run out. Content to see that happen. We're going to be content to see a good battle at the end of the day. Plenty of time for that to take place as well. Striker Daily Trivia. How close was Zell Rowland to catching 100 pounds in the 2003 Old Bassmaster Tour event here, the forerunner of the Bassmaster Elite Series? How close was Zell Rowland? Was it within 20 or 23 ounces, 26 ounces, or 30 ounces? Again, from 2003, 3 years before all the records were shattered.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Minn-Kota, Power Pole, boats. And by Rapala.
We are covering live the final day championship Monday of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Santee Cooper Lakes. We left you with some Striker Daily trivia. How close was Zell Rowland, taking you back to 2003? How close was Zell to catching 100 pounds in that 2003 tour event here at the Santee Cooper Lakes? Was it 20 ounces, 23 ounces, 26 or 30 ounces? So that's some tough one there, Z.
It is, but I could swear, and I'm digging in the Wayback Machine when you and I covered that event, I'm going to say it was 23 ounces B.
23 ounces B. I'm going to go with you on that. 23 ounces.
Ding, ding, ding. Give the man a prize.
Oh, man.
Whoa.
No question too tough. No question too tough.
I think that's the year that you really made Zell Rowland upset with you when you canceled that day down in Dardanelle, Tommy Sanders. You remember that story?
Dardanelle, it was Wheeler.
This is a true story, real quick. We're going to get on the water in a second. Zell Rowland walked up to me, Suits, you'll love this, walked up to me in a parking lot. They had to cancel a day because of weather, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I've just had it with you guys canceling days. I said, it's not me, dude. It's Sanders. He was so...
He came right over to me. Came right to me. Absolutely.
That is a true story.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yep, I'm in charge of all that stuff. Anybody knows that. Caleb Kufal put 31 pounds up day 1, 31 pounds plus day 3, and has been on a rampage since midday today, making a great case that he should be the champion for our third event of the year. It could be a nail biter. This last hour of fishing that we have for you here on Bassmaster Live from here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Such, Kufal, though, puts another big one. I mean, he's been on such a tear. I wouldn't put it past him. Could put this thing on ice, huh?
Yeah, his smallest one is a 412. He's got 29 pounds. It'd be hard-pressed to call, but he's done it before. He's 7-pounders in there. You never know.
Well, Z, you called it. When we started our show today, you said it's going to come down to it. Dave Mercer, what's your thoughts? What do you think is going to happen in the next 1 hour, the critical next 1 hour?
I just finished a wonderful meal at the Somerton Diner with Davey Height. It's a Somerton tradition, and guys, I'm going to tell you, you have not lived till you go to the Somerton Diner with Davey Height. It is exactly what you would expect. I mean, every single person coming in there says hello to one Davey Height. But, man, I still think Cook's got this. I know it looks like he doesn't. If he doesn't, I mean, I just feel like he's been around too many big fish. I mean, we have the best part of the afternoon still coming. I know time's ticking away, but I just feel he's one or two big bites, and it can happen so quick. But the thing to remember is when you look at where he is, I mean, someone at the Somerton Diner brought it up. They said, how could he not win this event? And I said, I think he will still win this event. But they're like, he's dominated. And we started talking about it, and when you really think about it, Drew Cook has the third biggest bag in this tournament. I mean, there has been two bigger bags weighed in than his already in this tournament. So it's unbelievable how much ground can be made up. Because you look in our top 10, you've got people like Luke Palmer, who had 16 and change one day. Caleb Kufal obviously had a tough day too. But it is amazing how much ground you can make up here. But I'm sticking with Cook because a lot of his family is here at the weigh-in, and they're eyeballing me right now, so I don't want to get in trouble.
Copy that. Yep, gotcha.
Dave, one of the things that we talked about this morning very early, Tommy and I said right off the bat when we came on Bassmaster Live that whoever was in the top 4 and caught the biggest stringer was going to win this tournament. And so far, that has happened. And Caleb Kufal, of all of those anglers only catching 4 bass on Friday, it's almost been like the perfect storm where everybody else, Palaniuk, Drew Cook, and this is terrible to say, but if you look at Luke Paul, guys that have only caught 20 pounds, man, it's been the right recipe for somebody that maybe we were not looking at this morning. Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah, yeah. I agree with you on that.
I am back now, but I heard absolutely nothing you said. Absolutely nothing you said, but I'm back now and excited to be back.
Dave, let's talk about that crowd at day 3, semifinal Sunday. I mean, off the charts.
It was incredible. It really was incredible. And unless you're here at the venue, you can't really understand. But literally, people parked miles away. I mean, the amount of people that came here, it was shocking. And it was, I mean, we were here a few years ago and we had a good crowd, but it never ceases to amaze me. It feels like every single year the crowds get bigger and bigger. And it's with good reason, too, because a lot of these local areas and stuff like that. I mean, we saw it happen with Orange. We saw it happen with Waddington, and those two events specifically. I mean, they taught each other how to do this. A Bassmaster weigh-in is so much more than just the weigh-in now, guys. I mean, it becomes an absolute festival. Every business in the town is involved in it, and it was a really, really cool moment. And it leaves everybody just saying, man, we got to come back here. I mean, giant fish, giant crowds. I mean, what else could you want?
Hummingbird, bird's eye view of that sick weigh-in yesterday. Dave, real quick, we need, I love awkward. I love it in a big way. And you made a comment yesterday. You said, do we really know Caleb Kufal? And you know what? I thought it was the line of the day, because here's what I've learned. No, we don't, Dave Mercer. We don't know Caleb Kufal at all.
No, we don't. And I tried to get to know him this morning. I did an interview with him, and I said, I don't want to talk to you about anything about fishing. Tell me about you. I said, if you weren't on the Bassmaster Elite Series and you had to describe yourself, what would describe yourself? And he said, outside of the Elite Series, I'm a pretty bland and boring guy, he said. And I said, well, you got to give me more to work with than that. I said, well, what kind of movies you like? What's your favorite movie? And he said, Jurassic Park. And I was like, oh, he loves dinosaurs. We're going to bond over dinosaurs. And I said, which Jurassic Park is your favorite? And he said, all of them. So he continues to be the Crystal Fortress of Solitude. And but he did say on stage yesterday, if he wins today, he is getting a girlfriend.
All right.
Break him on stage today, Dave. I want you to crack the shell with him.
There you go. Dave, thank you.
I will try. Give me all right. See ya.
Dave, stop. One more question, Dave. Dave's gone, I guess.
Speaking of awkward.
Yeah. Dave, one more question.
Speaking of awkward.
You're as good with
what do you want to know? What do you want to know, Z?
This is essential stuff here, Dave. You're as good with the history of the Elite Series as anyone. When was the last time someone won wire-to-wire, sight fishing, and most of it done in a place the size of a good-sized pond? When was the last time that happened?
Was here.
Oh. Here is the only one I got, but I don't know that. Did Preston go wire to wire? I mean, I know he dominated, but it would have been here is my only guess. I mean,
he had to have. He started with 39 pounds.
Yeah, that's right. He probably did go wire to wire with that. Okay, we're just checking on. That's been a while.
Well, there you
that's
go.
A rarity. Mark Zona was talking about what a rarity it is to see this happen. If Drew Cook is, as you say, Dave, the eventual winner.
I think he is. I think he is, guys. I mean, I just really feel like there's still time. I mean, and I will think that right up till the very last moment here. But little birdie told me that he left yesterday a fish over 10 pounds, 10 to 11 pounds, and another one that was 8 to 9 pounds. Obviously, he's probably checked on those, but lots can change in a hurry. I mean, you've seen it all week long where somebody's fishing an area and there's an empty bed, and all of a sudden, while they're there, that bed fills up. And I just think he is too good not to come in today with 22 pounds. This is his game. This is, I mean, we talk about the Johnstons when we go up north and the St. Lawrence River. Well, this is as close to Drew Cook's game as you'll ever see, and I think he's too good at it not to bring in 22 pounds. And if he does, Kufal's going to push him, but I think that he's going to do it.
All right, going to be a close one.
Okay.
Sounds like all the way. Dave, thank you so much. Great stuff, and sounds like you had a great trip to the diner there as well. So.
Kufal started 6:14 back. He's got, over the week, he's got the number 3, 4, and 6th bag. Biggest bags of the week. 90 pounds in 3 days.
He's beating everybody as it stands right now this second. With a maximum 19 fish weighed in this week. When it's all said and done.
See, then he kind of swam off out there to the side.
Greg Hackney.
He swam off out there to the side then. I'm just plucking fish to be plucking fish now, but that's what we do, man. We team. We've been a team all week. We can stop it now. I feel like we know right now who the weakest link in the team is. It's gonna be time for you to kind of pull us out of this bind that we're in. It still ain't many fish out here, though. You know what I mean? I'm like 2 little ratty bass, and then I saw. I mean, where's them big monsters that everybody's been catching? Yeah, I know. I like to stand back up and look, and it look just, wow, where did she come from? Yeah, just one big one. I mean, I could have made it today. It would have had to been a great big one, but I could have made it today with one big one. I mean, one that I had to sit on for a couple hours to get her to bite, and then when she did, it was a war.
Well, it's definitely been a slow day for Greg Hackney today, and really the story coming out in these last 45 minutes on Bassmaster Live is going to be Caleb Kufal, Drew Cook, Brandon Polinick. It looks like we are pretty much down to those 3 in this tournament.
Yep.
And that's it. That is going to be the show right there.
Luke Palmer started as part of that equation after 33 pounds on day number 3, but just could not pick up that pace today. All of our 10 anglers will have to be back at the John C. Land facility in, really effectively 1 hour, given travel time.
Let's see.
So how long do they, I'm sorry, Tommy, what did you say? How long do they, when do they have to check in today?
3:30.
3:30.
That's an hour and 10 minutes, 12 minutes from now, but you figure they're going to have some travel time too, so an hour is as much as anyone has to fish, I think.
Got it.
Oh my God. Oh God, what a stud. Oh.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus, man. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Oh my God. I might cry, dude.
Needs to be about 7-6
to take the lead.
Next one,
to take the lead.
Still not there. Number 3. That one's a 7-12. Yeah. I think I need a little bit more. 7-12. Freaking got her, dude. Yeah, it's just a male. I mean, we got a shot now. You ain't the only one, Jake. I said, you ain't the only one.
That was absolutely unbelievable.
That's nails right there.
That is the biggest fish of Drew Cook's entire career was right here.
Yes! Yes! Oh my God. Oh God, what a stud. Oh.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, Jesus, man. Holy cow. Holy cow.
On Bass Track, that's a 5-pound, 4-ounce upgrade. Put them up to like 22.5 pounds, 103 pounds, 4 ounces, 6 ounces ahead of Kufal's Bass Track estimate.
Wow.
You know that's a big moment when longtime Bassmaster cameraman Jake Latondras, who's been in Cook's boat all week long, and man, listen, Caleb Kufal has fished in an amazing tournament, to be honest with you, but he has a win, and Drew Cook and his dad Finley, great people, have had some ups and downs, the last decade in their lives. You really pull for Drew Cook. Gosh, what just happened, man? That is unbelievable.
And oh man, and we're not done yet. Drew Cook will fish on, Caleb Kufal will fish on, so will Brandon Polinick. Certainly not out of it at this point. Nail biting time, championship Monday. what we have seen in these last 5 minutes. Man, oh man, clutch from Drew Cook.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Rapala.
Getting deeper and deeper into the final hour of fishing. Championship Monday, the final of 4 days of fishing at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes. Things tightening up here in a big way. What a nail biter. Drew Cook was down to Caleb Kufal. Been on a rampage, Kufal, all afternoon. Drew Cook catches a giant 7 pounds and 12 ounces just moments ago to retake that lead, to be back on top of this leaderboard he has spent most of the time at during the course of these 4 days. Can he go wire to wire? Man, oh man.
And Tommy, really in the history of covering this with you and when I was a little dude watching this on TNN, there are certain moments that get replayed in the history of the Bassmasters. The Power Pole replay of the day, this is going to be one of those moments again, just a few moments ago with Drew Cook.
Yes! Oh my God.
Absolutely unforgettable moment. And I'm going to say, I disagreed with Mercer. I thought he was out of fish and out of nowhere. Drew Cook catching absolutely the biggest one by far of his day today in the most timely fashion because, man, he definitely needed it. And your marathon peak performance, can he go wire to wire? Anchoring it down with a 31 pound and 13 ounce day number one. Drew Cook pretty conservative. Now here's the one thing that you do got to talk about. Where are these weights really at with Caleb Kufal and Drew Cook? I think we're a little bit light on Drew Cook because that one that he threw back was right at about 3 pounds. Marathon peak performance. Can an angler sight fish all 4 days in one basic zone of Lake Marion? Well, your marathon peak performance is Drew Cook because he has done exactly that.
Drew caught a 5.5 pounder earlier today. We thought, man, he's right on schedule. He is right on time to get it done. And then smaller fish all day long until that 7:12.
That was awesome, dude. It's close. We're close. I sure didn't mean to hit him right then. I think I have to leave this one. 32.
Come on. Dang it. Little joker picked it up and dropped it just as soon as he ate it.
Well, that's a story. Those two guys right there. Two guys over 100 pounds, ounces apart, with 40 minutes fishing time left in the day, the final day, Championship Monday. I don't think you can draw one up any better than that for the fans.
Tommy, you've said this for a long time. Always tell what just happened, and I don't even know what has happened the last 3 hours. I have no idea, man.
It was a marvel, that is for sure, and who knows what is yet to come. We're going to take a break, a little bit longer break, and we want to come back and show you how this day wraps up for Drew Cook, Caleb Kufal.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Santee Cooper Lakes is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Old-fashioned barn burner. Neck-and-neck run down the stretch for a couple of anglers. It was Caleb Kufal in the lead until this happened. Drew Cook, who'd had a slow day since the start.
Yes! Oh my God.
Meeting a 7.5 pounder and catching one just under 8 pounds with an hour left of fishing. Unbelievable ending to this has been a crazy week, no doubt about it. Back to Drew Cook Live.
He sits only ounces ahead of Caleb Kufal. Unofficially, all our scores are unofficial.
Third pounder. One up. 2, 3.
That could be a critical 4 ounces right there.
Could be an upgrade. Mark Zona, I mean, You've said it. Anybody who pays attention said it from the start of this. How unlikely, if you're Drew Cook, if you're Superman, how unlikely it is to be able to go wire to wire with a win doing that kind of fishing, looking at them on the spawning beds.
Looking at him on beds, and in all honesty, Tommy, he's looking at him in an area. Basically, he outfished people around him. That area, Potato Creek, has been throttled, and he is the last man standing, obviously. And the other thing about Drew Cook, and I just hit on a little bit, and I don't want to get into it, but Drew Cook and his dad, look, man, Drew Cook is not a silver spoon. He's a worker. You know what I mean? His dad is a worker, and they dealt with, a lot of personal family issues, loss of loved one. This tournament is as much for his father, Finley, as it is for Drew Cook, his wife, and his new baby. He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude that busts his behind, and pulling for him. We're not supposed to be pulling for anybody, but
no, well, I fully understood. Hey, speaking of new babies, we've had an empty seat here, but it's for a happy reason. Ronnie Moore has not been with us this week. He's been on family leave, the happy kind of family leave, because, Ronnie, there is a new member of the Moore family.
There is indeed, Tommy. We've been away from this. I've only missed 2 events in my Bassmaster career working with you guys, and that was Lake Havasu, which was an event I wish I never missed for my college graduation. But it stinks that I'm not there to see the Century Club in person, in studio, but I'll miss this event forever to see the birth of my first child and to go through that last week. It's been incredible, a little tiring, but it's been very, very awesome.
Baby girl,
Ronnie,
right?
You're like,
yeah.
Literally, Ronnie, you're like an old elusive swamp buck in November, walking around, your neck's all swelled up. You know what I mean? Hey, in all honesty, while you've been gone, Tommy Sanders.
Oh, no.
Tommy Sanders has not only taken over the Bassmaster Fantasy League, he's #1 on planet Earth. That's what happens when you leave, Ronnie.
I saw that. I logged in online to the private version of the Bassmaster Fantasy Rankings, and I saw somehow there was an edit made, and he inserted himself as the king of fantasy at the top. I don't know if I can get that switched before tonight, but depending on who wins this event, it may work itself out. But
that's what happened.
But,
sure,
but,
of course. Well, now
we
got to catch us up on all the pertinent numbers here, Ronnie. Come on. What have you observed? What do we need to keep in mind here as we watch the final minutes of fishing?
Well, that Drew Cook 712 will be a massive fish for this event, because not only did he put him in the lead unofficially, broke the century mark, which is something that he wanted. I know the anglers, that was probably the best call of the week, was the anglers and our tournament staff working together all day on Saturday to decide to make this a 4-day event once again and do Monday's tournament coverage. And to see these guys duke it out like they have is very awesome. Like we mentioned, or I think Such has mentioned, Drew Cook and Caleb Kufal will now be the 33rd and 34th anglers all time to break the century mark, and then obviously the 47th and 48th instances of breaking that 100-pound mark. So very, very accomplished group there. And Santee Cooper has now passed and is second for lakes for the Century Club. The most Century Clubs is obviously Falcon. Santee Cooper Lakes is now second, passing Clear Lake and Amistad this week. Very, very exclusive club, but I put my own 7-pounder on the scales this week, like you mentioned, Tommy. I do. That baby girl Marlo,
Absolutely.
she did hit 7 pounds, 7.7 pounds, 0 ounces. It was almost 1. I'm going to try to get her in here. If Sarah will walk her in, she was just waking up from a nap, but if Sarah will walk in, Marlo will.
Get her on in here.
Yeah, exactly. But it's been a really good event. I've actually got to watch today a little bit. Since about 10 a.m. when all this really action started going down. But I think we do have the special girls of the week here, and Marlo is doing well. Marlo Joy, I'll hold her for the folks at home. But yes, this is my 7-pounder this week. Z.
Oh my
Such.
goodness!
Very, very, very cool. Very awesome.
Yes.
Oh, that's great! Fantastic.
That is a
my goodness.
real life angel baby, Tommy, right there.
And
Absolutely.
I did nothing part of that, guys. I was nothing a part of that other than something 9 months ago. Sarah did all the work this week, and it's been been incredible to see her.
Is that how it works?
Okay. Incredible.
Yeah.
It is how it works. Yeah. It's been very.
Ronnie
very
was making
cool.
rubs on trees 9 months ago.
I think you caught him out there, yeah. Ronnie, Ronnie, one more stat now. We were trying to figure out when was the last time someone has won one of these things, over 100 pounds, looking at them for the entire tournament, wire to wire. Has it ever happened before on the Elite Series, and if so, when?
I mean, I'm not sure for the Elite Series level. Preston Clark, like you guys mentioned on the show, possibly. Obviously, we've seen some guys like Steve Kennedy at Clear Lake, but he wasn't looking at them. Things like that. I know that Amistad event. I don't think Ish Monroe was necessarily looking at all of them, but I know he was looking at a bunch of them. But wire to wire, there's so many different elements there. But I will say that if Kufal wins, it will be a first to be able to break the century mark, 19 bass, and win an event. Yep. Probably something that hasn't happened quite a bit.
Absolutely. First time Sucha confirmed that for us. Pete Robbins, in fact, posed a question this morning on his Elite Analysis as he worked Sucha's side of the street there for a little bit.
And he didn't know. He didn't know the answer.
And
I'm trying to research right now.
Ronnie, congratulations. Ronnie, Sarah, Marlo, congrats. So great to meet y'all. Now you're 3, and we love it, and we will see you back in the seat here before long, I'm assuming, Ronnie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that we'll make it back in the office at some point this week. We'll get some work done, wrapping up the Classic, Harris Chain, and some Santee Cooper Lakes content, and then obviously Chickamauga next week, where, depending on the weather, I mean, we could have another 85, 95, maybe 100 if it works out right at that event as well.
Looking forward to it. Look forward to seeing you again. Great to visit with the new enlarged Moore family there. So such a happy
day. And interesting that he said, he was involved 9 months. And the true thing, I was at Ronnie's house. He was running a scrape line in his backyard, rechecking it every hour. The next thing you knew, Marlo shows up.
Where are the game cam shots? Come on, Z.
Yeah. Ronnie hasn't been around to say much this week, but when he showed up, he said a lot. That is for sure. Mister, you said a bunch.
Special moments on Bassmaster Live. That was absolutely at the top of my list right there.
The ones we will remember. Getting down to the last 5 minutes of our coverage. There will be a little bit of fishing time, depending again on travel time for these guys.
Tommy, I got to throw one out there. Our friend Pete Glusick, Bassmaster University, the principal, the dean, he just corrected us. Dean Rojas Toho.
Oh, that's right. That would have been
what? 38 years ago?
4? 2003, something like that.
Wow.
2001, wasn't it?
2001. You're right. 2001. Sucha.
Oh, good for Ronnie and Sarah. That's awesome. That's
good
best time of their life right now. Absolutely.
I still just see her sitting over there.
Boy, it's been a while without a bite. Well, at least that I've gotten in. I got that 2-pounder on, then I broke that one off. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on my GPS, see what trees I've hit and which ones I haven't, and I've hit pretty much a lot of them. There's a couple of them that I'm trying to fish yet that I haven't fished.
I was about to set the hook. I was just I guess it was on a pad stem or something.
Just a little bit of fishing time left. What a slugfest at the top of the leaderboard on Championship Monday. Holy cow, the John C. Land facility there is going to be rocking. We'll have a weigh-in coming up for you. 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Bassmaster.com. That is right here. Won't take long. 10 anglers going through, and man, a nail biter. Who could say who's the winner at this point?
Exactly, and if you watch the Bassmaster Classic kind of at the end of that event, nobody really knew what was going to happen at the weigh-in, and I got a feeling a little bit of time left on the clock. Today's weigh-in is going to be eerily similar to a couple weeks ago on Lake Hartwell. Tommy, all honesty, what an event to cover. This will be one to remember in many ways.
In many ways. It had it all, that is for sure. So many giant fish. That's number one. Got him. Century belts for Such. Looking Such happy here. Got 2 of them now that we know of. All different ways of getting it done. The best in the business on, hands down, one of the top lakes in the world, or complex of lakes in the world for bass fishing. Hats off to all these 10 who made it here today.
Absolutely one of the most diverse fisheries that we go to all season long. But man, Santee Cooper showed up in a big, big way all event long, Tommy Sanders.
We thank you so much for joining us, all of you who've been with us all 4 days of competition, including the one that was washed out. We have got her done. We're almost there to weigh-in time. It's coming up at 3:30, and we will see you there.
Oh my God.